moving away. Now, this again had been showing signs of some broad rotation. Something I'd mentioned is that once these storms are kind of over more of the marshier areas and there's a limited amount of friction at the surface, it does not take much to see these spawn a waterspout. If they then start to affect more land areas, it could become more tornadic. So that is likely what we have here, as it is a little bit more over the marshier areas northeast of Larose, approaching Jean Lafitte at the moment. So this is really the first tornadic storm we have seen all evening long. This is also why the Storm Prediction Center, with some work done with the National Weather Service office in Slidell, coordination I meant to say, that they're extending the watch area until 11 p.m. Basically, it just includes all the areas to the east of the main line of storms where some of these rogue thunderstorms could still produce a bit of rotation, whether or not that becomes just a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. Right now, this is our tornadic storm. So again, for the folks in Jean Lafitte, you need to be heeding this storm at the moment. I'm going to put back on the reflectivity so you kind of see where that rotation is, right about in through here as it moves toward the northeast very, very quickly. And what we can do is I'm going to see just how fast this storm is moving, and then we can kind of track this out, get a rough idea of the time, the arrival time of the storm as it continues moving toward the northeast. So the tornado warned area, just kind of reading from the National Weather Service office, this will go until 7:45. What we're looking at is a storm that is about 7 miles west of Barataria, about 11 miles to the northeast of Larose, and it's moving to the northeast at around 40 miles an hour. Some small hail, and again, this is not a confirmed tornado. What this is the rotation is being detected by radar, and so kind of using some algorithms within the radar computer itself, we can determine that there is a high likelihood of a tornado. This does not mean that one has been spotted, and that sometimes is the difficulty of these tornadic type storms in the more rural areas, especially as you get away from the high populations where you don't have a lot of folks that can confirm or verify if a tornado is indeed on the ground. What we do is we err on the side of caution, and if the radar is showing that rotation, Weather Service goes ahead and issues a warning, especially if that couplet, that rotation, shows up for several different passes of the radar beam. The Weather Service will usually go ahead and issue a warning. And again, we have been very lucky that so far this had really not been much of an issue through most of the day today. It really wasn't until just now that we've had our first real warning that has been warranted across the area. So as the storm continues moving toward the northeast at 40 miles an hour, just reading from the text of the Weather Service, this is going to be around Barataria in about 3 minutes or so, and then Jean Lafitte around 7:15, so in about 8 minutes or so from now. If it does hold together, we're looking at Marrero, Westwego, Estelle, Woodmere at around 7:25, Timberlane, Harvey, Gretna, Terrytown at around 7:30, and then Belle Chase at around 7:35. So that's kind of the rough idea of where this storm is going to be and where it is going to continue to move over the next, say, 45 minutes or so, half hour to 45 minutes or so, as this moves very quickly toward the northeast. So this is where we have it right now. That is where that rotation is showing up. So for folks that sometimes think, oh, I'll hear it or I'll see it coming, based on the direction of this storm, you're embedded within some very heavy rainfall before the tornadic part of the storm even gets to you. So you're not going to see anything. You're not going to hear anything as this is moving in your direction. So let's kind of fan out, or we can kind of forecast exactly where this storm is going. So this is based on 40 miles per hour. I'm going to switch back over to our velocities to get a far better idea of exactly where this is and where the storm is going to be going. And as we kind of put this forecast out there, and I'm going to keep it within more within the warned area. So you're looking at Crown Point at around 717, Estelle 721, Woodmere 723, Marrero at 726, Harvey 727, then Terrytown just at around 730. Perhaps, again, if it does hold together, you're looking at English Turn at 732, Arabi at around 735. That's assuming that that couplet will continue to show up. Certainly showing that kind of tightly bound area of rotation. Some of the storms that we had seen earlier were showing kind of these broad rotation structures. In other words, it was a very strong thunderstorm. Strong supercell thunderstorms will rotate, but when that rotation becomes a little bit more tightly wound, more tightly defined, that's when it usually means that a tornado is trying to form. Doesn't necessarily mean that one has formed, it just means that one is trying to form. And again, this is solely based on radar data. This is not something that has been confirmed.
New warning, Slidell.
Okay, we're actually getting a new warning coming in Slidell. So let's go over to that one. Again, I don't want to ignore this, but as it is at the moment away from any populated areas, I'm going to jump over and let's see. Let's look at the reflectivity, and we're going to jump over to Slidell now. Okay. I was mentioning at the top of the newscast, or excuse me, at the top of our cut-in here, that there were two areas that we had been watching closely for potential rotation. One was a storm that was moving in from Lake Pontchartrain. The other was down toward the coast, moving in from Cutoff. Well, that rotation looks like it has kind of remained in place for the last several passes of the radar, and so the Weather Service has gone ahead and issued two tornado warnings. So again, one that's approaching Jean Lafitte, another that is for a good portion now of eastern St. Tammany Parish. This doesn't really include Slidell per se, at least down toward the lakefront around Highway 90 and I-10, but it does include the National Weather Service office, so the airport in Slidell, you are included in that. Mandeville to Lacombe and areas to the northeast are all included in this warned area in St. Tammany Parish. So looking at reflectivity, again, watching this fairly intense thunderstorm that is moving in your direction, and it looks like what we're seeing here, and I'm going to switch back over to the velocities. Yeah, that is what we're looking at here. It's not on land yet. This is something that I'd mentioned was a very strong possibility that you would get this rotation over water. Once you kind of remove the friction of land, this spin up is usually very, very easily to generate, and that's what happens over the lake. That's what tends to happen over our coastline. As they start moving toward land, then tornado warnings are issued, and it looks like that is exactly what's actually happening right now with this. There could be a waterspout right over the causeway at the moment, maybe just moving to the eastern side, probably about the mid-span of the causeway. We may have a tornado or a waterspout, excuse me, right on the eastern side of the bridge itself at around the mid-span. Again, if this holds together, it's going to be moving in the direction of kind of the Lacombe to Mandeville area. So for folks in Mandeville, if you're west of Causeway, the bridge, you're in the clear. It's going to be everything east, but again, following this trajectory, it's going to be more right along the shoreline there. Again, some areas that we have already seen some very heavy wave action all day long because of the strong winds, because of that strong southeasterly wind. So around Fontainebleau State Park, maybe as close as Lacombe as what is a very well-defined couplet approaching the Mandeville, Lacombe, Fontainebleau State Park lakefront. That is what is headed in your direction right now. And again, for folks, not all of Mandeville needs to heed this warning. It's for the areas that you find within this trajectory of the couplet itself. I'm going to kind of put this into motion. I'm actually going to kind of go back and forth over the last say half hour, just to give you an idea of where the storm has been and where it's going. Okay, now kind of looking at the hearing rainfall here in the French Quarter, kind of looking at the trajectory, it certainly looks like that rotation is now east of the bridge. So if there is indeed a waterspout, it is already clear of the causeway. But just kind of following the trajectory of this here over the last half hour, so you can kind of see where that storm is moving, and it may kind of continue along a path that takes it right where we have Fontainebleau State Park labeled. So right in through here along the Mandeville shoreline. So not quite as far to the east as where we have Lacombe labeled. So if it does kind of follow along that same trajectory, that's about where we're going to place this probably landfalling waterspout over the next few minutes or so. Again, we do have two warned areas that I want to highlight one more time, or once again, on the North Shore. So this is for St. Tammany Parish. It does clearly look like there is a waterspout that is moving toward land. The other area is for parts of Lower Jefferson, St. Bernard, Plaquemines Parish. It might be clipping. I know a few folks said Orleans Parish, their phones were kind of ringing, as it looks like maybe the kind of extreme part of the West Bank around English Turn, maybe, excuse me, right around here, not really under the warned area just yet, but it may be close enough that your geolocation on your phone is why it is picking up that, because for the most part, it's only including Jefferson, Plaquemines, and parts of St. Bernard at the moment. If this does hold together, let's switch back over to our velocities to see if that little couplet is still there. And yeah, it's still showing up pretty well defined. So it's right in through here. This is what we're looking at. This is where the rotation is. So it's down to the north of Jean Lafitte. So for folks in Estelle, maybe toward Belle Chase, you want to get into that safe spot immediately. Get into that centrally located room. Stay away from windows. Stay away from any exterior walls, as this is likely probably would be a fairly weak to moderately weak, or moderately strong, I should say, waterspout, just kind of based solely on the velocities that we're seeing at the moment moving toward Estelle. So then as that continues out, again, moving at roughly 40 miles an hour, we can kind of get a rough idea of where this will be in the next, say, 20 minutes or so. And again, that's if this were to hold together. Estelle in about 2 minutes or so. So you're kind of under the gun, not right now in Estelle. Woodmere Subdivision, 720. Marrero, just around the same time. Same in Harvey. Terrytown, around 727. If this were to hold together, it could be moving toward the French Quarter at 730. So if this were to hold together for the next 15, 20 minutes or so, it could be approaching the French Quarter within the next 15 or so minutes. Also, we're going to do the same thing for the storm that is on the North Shore. Again, trying to get a rough idea of where the storm is now and where it is going. Let's kind of do the same thing with a very well-defined couplet. And when I actually switch over to our reflectivity here, you also see a pretty well-defined hook. This is what I'm talking about right here, this little hook feature that is showing up on radar. That means the rain is actually rotating around the water spout. So it's going to be completely embedded within some intense rain, a lot of lightning. Again, for folks that think, I'll hear it, I'll see it, I'll get into that room as soon as I see something moving in my direction. You're not going to. And boy, is that not a well-defined hook. Again, once you get these storms out over the water and that lack of friction, these things can spin up very, very quickly. So I would say there is almost guaranteed a water spout out on the lakefront at the moment, quickly moving toward the Mandeville lakefront, or out over the lake, moving toward the Mandeville lakefront at probably about the same clip, around 40 miles an hour or so. Boy, that hook is just really showing up well. And so certainly a storm that will need to be taken very seriously as it continues moving towards St. Tammany. So let me see the wording from the Weather Service here. Thunderstorm very likely. I'm adding that. They're saying capable of producing a tornado. I'm saying likely producing a water spout right now and then becoming a tornado near Lacombe. This is about 12 miles south of Covington, and it too is moving to the northeast at around 40 miles an hour. So what we're going to do here is we're going to switch back over to our radar. I'm looking between our radar system and the chat that we have going constantly with the folks at the National Weather Service office, and I'm going to do kind of the same thing. We're going to pinpoint exactly the center, the center, if I can get it, the center of that rotation, and then kind of span that up, moving to the northeast, and let's take that over the next few minutes. Thankfully, it's going to be in a part of St. Tammany Parish that there are not a lot of populated areas. Big Branch, once it does move on land, the National Wildlife Refuge there, and then the State Hospital Complex about the same time. It continues Florinville, not really familiar with that area as it continues moving up toward the northeast at around 736. So if there's any positive here, it looks like it's going to be in a fairly sparsely populated part of central St. Tammany Parish. This is not the heart of Mandeville. This is not right over Lacombe. This is going to continue moving in a more sparsely populated part of St. Tammany Parish, as this will stay to the north. Here is the National Weather Service office and the radar site. This looks like, well, now let's see, we're getting a new image here, and it almost looks like that. I tell you what, tornadic storms, you think you've kind of gotten the trajectory, the motion down, and then it sometimes kind of moves in a direction that is not necessarily that of what we call the mean storm motion. And it sounds like some cell phones are going off here in the studio. So obviously, one of those would be my own personal phone. So let me see as the information is coming in. The tornado warning. Okay, this is a new tornado warning for Jefferson Parish and St. Bernard. So let's, again, folks in St. Tammany, I'm not forgetting about you right now, but as that is just off the lakefront and looks like it may not be affecting too many folks. Let's focus in on this storm right now. I'm kind of moving my computer so we can see everything here. This is what we're looking at around Estelle. This is that couplet we've been talking about, the winds coming toward the radar and moving away from the radar. And when you see those close together, that is showing you a well-defined area of rotation that has probably reached the ground, and that is likely a tornado. So it is now over the Estelle area, but we're also looking at a trajectory that is taking it will take it over the city of New Orleans, eventually moving towards Chalmette and the city of New Orleans within the next few minutes. So let's scan this out right at that couplet center. Scan it out here for toward the northeast or so for the next several minutes. So here's what we're looking at for the timing. Estelle, it's already past there. Woodmere right about now. Harvey in the next 3 minutes or so. Terrytown, 7:27. In the next 9 minutes or so, we may see this tornado move right over us here in the French Quarter. So this, again, everyone that you see highlighted in this graphic here will need to be in that tornado safe space immediately. This couplet has been showing up on several scans of the radar, meaning that rotation is holding, well developed. You saw a new scan come in here. Every time there is a new scan in the radar, we talk about live radar. It is the imagery a couple of minutes old, but what we're looking at is several scans of the radar. Those several scans then go into the algorithm, produce the data that you see here, and that gives you a far clearer picture than if we were just to get a new image every single time the radar passed. So we're getting very accurate data in, and you see those new couplets are coming in here from the National Weather Service office radar. Okay, I'm kind of getting phone calls here. This is not a good time. As we continue to watch a very well-defined couplet here over the community of Estelle. So for folks in Estelle, you need to be in that safe room right now. This is over you at the moment. It will continue toward Woodmere, basically right about now, and then shortly over Terrytown, Arabi, and could continue toward the French Quarter, Chalmette, if that storm does hold together. So this does include a good portion of the heart of Metro New Orleans. So this is the storm that we're talking about in Estelle, moving toward New Orleans proper. This would be more toward the Bywater, again, French Quarter, Bywater, in the direction of Chalmette, Lower 9, Terrytown, Marrero. These are all the areas that will be affected by this tornado shortly. We're getting the heavy rainfall here in the French Quarter right now. Again, I don't want to forget about the folks in St. Tammany Parish. Now that little hook echo that we were showing you just a moment ago, not showing up nearly as well defined, but there is that couplet. It is basically right along the lakefront. Fontainebleau State Park, it is right at the lakefront and moving. It looks like it is just now across the shoreline. So this went from a waterspout, let's see if this couplet holds together, to a tornado, as it would then start losing the characteristics of a waterspout and then gaining those of a tornado. And look, okay, this is interesting because they have changed this over to this magenta color, which means a confirmed tornado. So we do have now a confirmed tornado on the North Shore. Thankfully, this is in a rather sparsely populated area. Okay, this is, I'm just kind of reading as the information is coming in from the National Weather Service office here, trying to see exactly what they are using to confirm it. I'm assuming that they have had a spotter perhaps confirm that the water spout was over the lake, and now they can confirm that that would be a tornado on the ground in St. Tammany Parish. So you see when that coloring changes from the red to a kind of magenta color, that is a confirmed tornado. So they are confirming that there is, in fact, this is not something we see very often in southeast Louisiana, but a confirmed tornado, as with that was likely a water spout, crossed the shoreline. Looks like it's going to stay generally to the north of Lacombe along 190, but continue toward 12 shortly, and then likely keeping it north of where you see labeled Pearl River. So again, if there is any positive, it is that this storm is over a more sparsely populated area of St. Tammany Parish. I'm going back to the radar here to look at the storm on the west bank, and Weather Service is saying that they're seeing the rotation strengthen between Gretna and Timberlane. So let's jump back over to that storm. Again, we are watching two tornadic storms confirmed in St. Tammany Parish, north of Lacombe right now. Let's switch back over, or I should say, let's pan back over to our tornado. That does look like, yeah, that does look like it's kind of tightening up there. So this is likely an intensifying tornado southeast of Marrero and moving toward Tarrytown right now. This is moving toward Tarrytown. Again, for the folks in this area, I can't stress enough, this is the time to be in that tornado safe room, because with the heavy rain, I'm hearing it here in the French Quarter, this may move in our direction. Looks like it'll probably stay just to the east of the French Quarter if it continues along that trajectory. But if it does not, you're not going to hear anything coming. We're embedded within some very heavy rainfall. Switching back over to the reflectivity. Again, where you see that rotation kind of on the northern end of one warned box, getting ready to enter the new warned area. This is where it is. Right through the path of this storm as it continues along the trajectory, you're embedded within some heavy rainfall, and then on the tail end of this cell, you've got that tornado coming right at you. So you're not going to see or hear anything. So for the folks in, say, I would even venture to say the CBD. Now this again is not going to be an issue for the Riverbend, but for the CBD, maybe parts of Uptown, here in the city itself, French Quarter, towards Chalmette, so the Bywater, Lower 9, Chalmette, these are all areas that you need to be in that tornado safe room right now, because this is headed our way and it's moving at about 40 miles per hour. Heavy rainfall. You look at the cell itself and it doesn't look that impressive. There isn't a lot of lightning. There is heavy rainfall certainly, but when we switch over to the velocities, that is really what tells the story, because that shows up exactly where that couplet is, where the rotation is within this storm. So I'm going to kind of zoom in here and start looking at some of the communities that could be impacted by this storm now. Moving toward Tarrytown. Again, for folks in Tarrytown, you need to be in that tornado safe room at the moment, because it is right on your doorstep. It will continue past Tarrytown as it continues in the direction of Gretna, then Algiers. Again, it is going to come. Here is our studio in the French Quarter, and at this trajectory, it's going to take this very, very close to us here in the French Quarter. Certainly over the Bywater, Lower 9, and then as you head toward Arabi, Chalmette, it is going to take it right in that direction. And as I mentioned before, as I was showing you with the radar signatures on the storm north of the lake, these can make an adjustment one way or the other. So whether or not it continues along that path, it could shift one way or another and could easily affect some of these communities that may not necessarily be right in that trajectory of the tornado. Sometimes these will start moving one way or the other different than the mean storm motion. The storm may itself be moving toward the northeast, but it may be that the storm itself, or the tornado itself, kind of continues moving in a different direction. And that may be what happens as this storm storm continues in a very highly populated part of our city. So for the folks in Tarrytown, Gretna, you need to be in that safe room immediately. Again, sometimes these colors kind of look like things are happening all over the place. This right here is what we were looking at. Maybe I'll kind of draw it in here. This is what we're looking at right now for possible tornado on the ground. Now, again, nothing has been confirmed here, but this is what we're talking about. This would be the tornado. So here's Uptown. This is on the West Bank. Gretna, Tarrytown, it is over you right now. If it continues along this trajectory, Algiers, jumps the river, may just clip. If it continues along this path toward the northeast, if it goes more north of northeast, then it could put it right over the French Quarter. But otherwise, we're looking at the Bywater, Lower 9, Arabi, maybe not Chalmette unless it takes a little bit of a jog more toward the east, which again is very possible with these tornadic storms. So these are the areas that are being impacted right now. I am not forgetting about the storm that is on the North Shore. I'm going to jump back over to that in just a moment, but it does look like with this, we have a tornado on the ground over a very highly populated part of the city on the West Bank. So Gretna to Tarrytown, this continues, that little couplet continues to show up very well defined. This has been the only severe weather we have seen so far today. Maybe jinxed us that we have been talking about how quiet we had been and how we really had not seen anything verifiable in terms of severity or severe storm. That has been great news for us, but as I also mentioned, that line was still moving through and we were not quite done. Now, are we seeing an outbreak of tornadic storms? Obviously not, but it only takes one or two, and one in a very highly populated area that can cause some significant damage. I'm going to erase this here just so we can kind of clearly show where that rotation still looks like it is showing up, kind of from the Gretna to Tarrytown area. Again, this storm is moving. It will probably stay just to the east, just to the west of English Turn. So for folks that are a little bit more concerned about exactly where this is going, it does look like from Gretna to Tarrytown, this will continue toward Algiers, Arabi, certainly the Bywater, may stay to the east, I should say, the French Quarter. So I'm going to zoom out on this one. I'm not forgetting about anyone, but with two active cells, we need to focus on both of these, and we're starting to see kind of a new confirmed warning. It's not a new warning. It's just kind of being a little bit more confined as to the warned area as the storm continues along, now approaching LA 36 in St. Tammany Parish. Now again, this is the confirmed tornado. My guess is, I was kind of going back and forth with the chat with the National Weather Service office to see exactly how they were able to confirm this, and I was expecting that perhaps we saw something come in from an observer that saw the water spout coming in over the lake, and thus you can confirm that that would indeed be a tornado moving in. So I'm getting several reports, and sometimes it gets a little cluttered in the chat group going on from the National Weather Service. Again, this was an observed tornado is all they're saying. Let's see if they give any more details on that. They're saying a tornado on the ground, and again in St. Tammany Parish. But as we zoom in on this, okay, so they're expanding this warning out a little bit more to include, no, there is a new tornado warning for the North Shore. It looks like a storm producing, possible produce a tornado 8 miles to the east. Yeah, this is a new one. 8 miles to the east of Abita Springs, or about 13 miles east of Covington, and it's moving at about 50 miles an hour. These storms are booking it, so almost as fast as oh goodness gracious. We had a little power hit here in the studio, and we have lost all of our weather computers. Okay, this is this is our mobile forecast center. This is Alexander Cranford and our photographer Jeff Hackett. They are coming back into the city. We had them in Hammond for much of the evening and really didn't see too much activity. Now this is them coming back in from Metairie along I-10 back toward the city. You see the heavy rainfall. Now, thankfully, we have not seen anything in Metairie. That is not the same for other parts of the city. Goodness gracious. Let's see. Our little power hit here, and if any of our engineers are watching, it has reset all of our weather computers. So we at the moment do not have a weather computer. So I cannot show you radar at the moment. They are restarting at, let's see, they're restarting, so I'm going to get that back on as soon as I possibly can. Let's see here. Let's see, opening up our system. It does take a second, as these are massive files that have to open, and I have to wait for them all to restart. So we are going to get these back online as soon as we possibly can. Again, there is a confirmed tornado in more rural Mandeville, eastern Mandeville, north of Lacombe, moving toward the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. We do have a new tornado warning that was issued for a storm around the Abita Springs area and Covington. Okay, this is from our website, so we do have, at least we have something here. This is the new warning that I was trying to highlight. This again is just to the east of Covington. We don't have to put this into motion. We can just go to the kind of the latest image here so I can show you exactly what it is. And boy, you kind of, we study with severe weather as kind of a little outflow here, and not necessarily a hook, but certainly something that is very similar to what would be a hook. Does look to be right around the Covington area. Again, the storm that we had been watching that was over the Lacombe area looks like that may have all but fallen apart. And then we're also watching the potential tornado where we have seen that little couplet, that rotation showing up very well defined. Does look like it is continuing through the West Bank and now approaching the Bywater area. If again it does hold together, crossing the Mississippi River, that would be the other storm that we are watching very, very closely. And I'm going to see if any of our weather computers have come back online. Again, they're massive computers that do take a few minutes to kind of come completely back up. And looks like they may have restarted again. We had just like you at home, you get a power outage. Sometimes it will kind of shut those computers off, and unfortunately, they just shut down again. Okay, so this is all we've got at the moment. With again, the one tornado that we have been watching, newly formed, before I could get to the warned data, was just around the Covington area. And then again, we had the storm that was, and again, it not really is showing up very well. My apologies, I can't see very far. It looks like that may all be kind of that same individual cluster of storms that we have been tracking that moved in over Lake Pontchartrain, with a confirmation of likely a waterspout and a landfalling tornado as it continues moving toward the northeast. So this would be to the east of Covington, again in a more rural area, but could approach Sun and Bush shortly. We also have the tornado that may be on the ground around the West Bank, around Algiers at the moment, and this is continuing to push up toward the northeast. And again, if it does hold together, we could see that onto the okay, just kind of waiting for our systems to restart here, and at the moment, this is all we have. I don't know if we're getting any information from our crews or emergency management. We have both Katie Moore and Sharice Gibson in the studio now. All of our folks are working behind the scenes to get the information. I don't know if we're getting any reports into EOCs that would then be relayed into our newsroom. At the moment, I also cannot access our chat with the National Weather Service office, so I cannot see what they are getting reports of. As we keep this radar on screen, I'm going to jump over and grab my cell phone to see if anyone is sending me information that we can then use to relay back to you at home. Again, the storms that we have been watching very, very closely are the one on the North Shore. Okay. Are we on the air? Yes. Okay, we are back on. We apologize. Some obviously major technical issues as this storm is moving over the French Quarter right now, and as our weather computers begin to come back up online, we can then bring you the more detailed information that is coming in. But at the moment, we're relying on our mobile app, which proves yet again why this thing is so handy to have. The storms that we're watching right now, and I'm losing a couple of my monitors here, so it's going to be harder for me to kind of guide you through these. This is the one storm that we had a confirmed tornado. This started as a waterspout as it continued through St. Tammany Parish. So this is one. The second one is the storm that we had on the west bank. It does look like it has crossed onto the east bank, and there was definite rotation right in through here within this storm. So as that storm, which has been showing that well-defined couplet, in other words, the rotation is a very well-defined feature within that thunderstorm, that almost guarantees a tornado on the ground. And what we saw was it kept showing up in several, really numerous passes of the radar where the Weather Service went ahead and issued a tornado warning for it. That continued to show up through the West Bank. This actually began in the LaRose cutoff area and then really started to tighten up. That's what prompted the Weather Service to issue that tornado warning. As it continued over highly populated parts of the West Bank, it still showed up, but it started to also strengthen. Now that feature looks like it may be, and again, I can't really analyze the storm with just our app, but it does look like it has continued. Again, it's kind of the storm right here, that it has continued now very likely having crossed the river and is on the West Bank right now, or on the East Bank right now, excuse me, and could be right around the Bywater area. I am attempting to see if I can get into any of our, let's see, our weather computers. One of them may be back up, and again, folks, we do apologize for this. You know, sometimes as severe weather threatens, I don't have that data yet, as severe weather threatens, we sometimes kind of lose power just like you would at home. And when our computers go down, these are massive systems that are, you know, ingesting all this amount of weather data, satellite radar data, all of our computer models. And so this isn't kind of a quick turn it back on and we're up and running. Sometimes these do take a moment. So we're waiting for a couple of our core computers to then turn back on, and then we can then get that weather data. Katie?
Yes.
Are we, okay, are we getting? Okay, so we're, okay,
Hey there. Okay, Chris,
Yes.
we're here, and I'm here with Katie Moore, and we actually just kind of went through a power flash ourselves, actually. I'm looking at the energy map, and it looks like a lot of the French Quarter has a power outage, and a couple of other areas over in the lower Ninth Ward as well. A lot of those areas have a major power outage.
Well, we're also seeing some reports of damage already as these storms are moving through the metro area. And of course, as Chris just mentioned, we have some on the ground still. At least that's what it appears from what we're able to look at right now. Now, we had a massive outage in many of our systems, but we are able to still look at what's happening with this storm. So just not the computers that Chris wants to use, but we still have other computers, which is great, and we're able to keep you informed that way.
All right, right now we have 9,825 people within the Orleans Parish area without power.
And let's get a look on the streets.
JP and 3,800 people without power, and 3,700 people right now in St. Bernard Parish. What were you saying?
Yeah, let's get a look on the streets. Alexander Cranford is standing by, riding around in the mobile forecast center to give us an on-the-ground view of what's happening. She was coming in from Jefferson Parish into the city a little while ago. So let's take a look. Alexandra, what are you seeing where you are?
Hey guys, yeah, we are not seeing too much right now. Actually, traffic is completely stopped where we are, so there must be some issue on the roads. We're not exactly sure what, but cars are completely stopped at this point. I'm looking, I can see the city skyline. We can see some rain, kind of hearing a little bit of rain, but really, of course, all the activity is not so much where we are right now. We have had those tornado warnings, and I'm able to bring up what I'm seeing with radar on my phone. I have an app on my phone, so using that to see what's happening. Actually, as of right now, 7:43 p.m., a lot of the New Orleans kind of city is looking quieter. You've probably heard the worst of the rain move off to the northeast now. Looking at New Orleans east, lots of heavy rain and certainly the tornado warning continuing there. And that goes for another 31 minutes, by the way. And then also north of the lake, some spots where that water spout was coming on shore in St. Tammany Parish, that's now a little bit calmer on our radar scene that we're seeing. And farther to the north, really around Picayune and just to the southwest of Picayune and west of Picayune near Sun in St. Tammany Parish, that's where some of the heaviest rain is happening right now and where another tornado warning is ongoing. And that one is going to be going for another 45 minutes. So if you're in that part of St. Tammany Parish, around Picayune on the northern edge of the parish towards Sun and into Pearl River County in Mississippi, that's a spot where you want to get to your safe spot and stay safe because we have a warning there that's going until for 45 more minutes. Looking at New Orleans east, again, some spots are already seeing some of the heaviest rain ramp downward, really around Gentilly and over to the east, around Michoud and so forth. Some spots will be beginning to see the rain decreasing pretty soon, even though it's really rough right now. A lot of heavy rain right there along I-10 and just now getting towards some of our Slidell spots around Eden Isles and north toward Pearl River. And again, those tornado warnings are going to be going for New Orleans east for another half hour or so, and then for a big chunk of Pearl River County in Mississippi and kind of just the corner near Sun of St. Tammany Parish, that's another tornado warning for the next 45 minutes. Here's our view. You can see it here. We have traffic flowing in the direction away from the city going fine, but here we are stuck on the interstate. We were doing our live coverage from Hammond, we're in the mobile forecast center right now. And we kind of put that away. Our rain ended in Hammond. There was actually a beautiful sunset around the spillway or the interstate coming south from Hammond into almost to the city now. We're seeing a little bit of lightning and really not that much rain. We can hear a little bit on our roof here in the mobile forecast center, but not really hearing a whole lot or seeing a whole lot of very heavy rain, and our radar trends are confirming that for New Orleans. Looking toward the city skyline, we can see it there, you can see it there, and this is our scene that we have right now, although the big spots that we're watching, really there are two spots right now, the two tornado warnings where the most active weather is. One New Orleans east, and then the other one is in mostly Pearl River County in Mississippi. So those are the two places where you want to get to your safe spot. Turn up the TV volume if you can. If you have our app, you could take that with you and kind of track the radar trends. And then other spots to the west have been drawing out. So really in Jefferson Parish, in most of the city of New Orleans, what we have going now is not a tornado warning anymore. Well, that's for the eastern fringes of the city, but a flash flood warning that will expire in 2 hours and 43 minutes. So we'll get it back to you guys in the studio. For now, we're here in the mobile forecast center, just kind of stopped, and we'll see what's going on over in the studio at WWL-TV.
Are we going to Chris right now? Or I have President Mike Cooper on the phone from St. Tammany Parish. We are live on Channel 4 right now. President Cooper, you're going to have to forgive us. Our phone system's down, so we're going to talk to him just on my cell phone here. It is live coverage, and this is happening right now. President Cooper, are you hearing any damage reports so far in St. Tammany?
I haven't gotten any damage reports yet, Katie. However, I'm headed towards the Lacombe area right now as I coordinate with Emergency Preparedness Director Clarence Poe.
Okay. Are you hearing reports that there was a confirmed tornado there? I mean, we heard that from the National Weather Service, but are you hearing that from residents in the community?
Well, again, it's just happened. I did receive word that somebody actually witnessed a tornado in the I-12 434 area in Lacombe area.
Okay. Talk about that area. Is it a well-populated area? Is it not so well-populated?
Well, it's populated. It's a rural area, but there, of course, there's a community out there. There are homes, mobile homes. So it is a community that is populated, and we're very concerned about what types of damage it is. And I'm on the way to the scene at this point.
Have you heard whether or not the situation is under control at this point?
No, I'm just getting initial reports, Katie, and I'll be happy to report back to you in just a little bit as I head to that area.
Okay, President Cooper, we'll check back in with you in just a minute. We want to go over to Chris Franklin, where his weather computers, the more sophisticated ones, are back up.
We now have all of our systems back up, and I want to show you, we've turned our tower camera toward Chalmette, and what I believe we're looking at is the tornado on the ground in Chalmette. I know it's difficult to see with the night sky and some of the low clouds, but I'll tell you what, whenever you see in the backdrop the lightning start to flash, you can kind of make out where this tornado likely is. Because as I switch over, this again looking is from our tower camera on the West Bank towards Chalmette. When I switch over to our radar site, and boy, it was just showing up there just as I switched the image here. You can clearly see that rotation still on the ground, and there have been numerous sightings of this tornado now on the ground. Switching over to the velocities to give you an idea of where that rotation is still showing up. It looks like it's kind of now moving out of the Chalmette area and in New Orleans east. So if I can get this monitor over here working again, but it looks like it's, my apologies, hard to see here. It's going to be moving in the direction of kind of the 510, so moving north of Chalmette now and continuing along toward a 510 and may kind of parallel I-10 out toward New Orleans east. So it looks like, and again, we have had numerous sightings and pictures to confirm that there is a tornado on the ground. So this is one that you need to be in that safe room immediately. This is not one we typically talk about. It has been only verified by radar. We don't have any ground truth. This one, we do have ground truth, and it is over a very highly populated part of the city as this storm continues moving. Where I'm talking about right now, and I'm going to kind of go back the last 30 minutes or so to kind of show you where this storm has been moving from and moving toward. This is the little couplet that we have been watching very closely as it, boy, this one, I mean, and it's just been booking it. This is the one that began around the cutoff area, and then it's kind of right in through here that we're seeing that little couplet showing up. That's why we have kind of a new warned area that is showing up, and also that magenta that we may not really be accustomed to seeing very often. That is when a tornado has been confirmed and is moving over a populated area. Would not be surprised if we were to see this even change over to a tornado emergency where lives are then at stake, because this one has been the one we have been watching very closely through not only radar, but now with it over the populated areas, a lot of our sky cameras are able to capture that, and we're getting numerous images from viewers. Please stay safe if you're at a distance to take images of this. It does look like, just kind of based on the reflect or the velocities here, that it looks like that couplet may be weakening a bit. So if there has been a tornado on the ground, now this for us would be more considered a long duration, a long path tornado. This is something that the Storm Prediction Center had said was possible, really had not materialized through most of the day. But as that line moved into southeast Louisiana, we said some of the ingredients we're kind of hanging on to potentially give us. That was not a guarantee, but so far we have had 2 tornadoes confirmed in the basically metropolitan area. From the South Shore to the North Shore, we have had 2 confirmed. And again, I don't want to ignore anyone. We've got the 2 storms that we've been watching very closely. Panning back up, it looks like for the most part, that storm that had been in St. Tammany Parish that began out over the lake, may be some kind of almost disrupted circulation right in through here as it continues now into Pearl River County, so continues moving further into Mississippi. Again, I'll zoom in here. I don't really want to spend a lot of time on something that isn't in a populated area, but just know now kind of crossing, what is that, Highway 43 in Pearl River County, it looks like it is moving in that direction. The storm itself for now eastern Orleans, if that does continue into, let me switch over to the reflectivity, if this were to continue into St. Bernard, it's probably going to miss St. Bernard. But certainly as this storm continues, you know, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities once it gets out over kind of the Lake Catherine area, eastern part of Lake Pontchartrain, that we could see that rotation start to tighten up once again as the storm continues up toward the northeast, may kind of put it in the direction of Eden-Niles. Again, going back to the velocities to give you an idea of where that little couplet, not nearly as clearly defined as it was earlier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the last hour and try and find exactly where that little couplet is. Okay, so here's where it was. So you kind of watch me as I track this. There's where it was at 7:30 over Chalmette, and that's where we were getting images of that tornado from the West Bank and moving towards Chalmette. So kind of putting this into motion over the last you see, it just kind of, it really does break apart. So that rotation may no longer be there. If it's there, it's kind of in this vicinity, around the 510, I-10. So as you get toward New Orleans east, again, more Michoud, north of Michoud. This is the area that we're talking about right now of what is certainly has been a confirmed tornado. Whether or not it is still on the ground based on the velocities, it doesn't really appear to be the case. But let's see. Okay, we're getting a new tornado warning. Let's see, we're getting a new tornado warning here. This is just coming in from the National Weather Service office. Okay, it looks like it's kind of a continuation of the one we've been looking at, kind of just clipping St. Tammany Parish and the Pearl River and a small portion of extreme eastern Washington Parish, where this warning is still ongoing. So that's going to be the same one for Pearl River County, and again, not affecting too many folks in a rather sparsely populated area. So I do want to come back to this in New Orleans east, where it does not appear, we're getting a little what's called range folding here, so I'm starting to kind of lose the detail in that circulation, but it looks like if there is circulation, it's still right in through here. So you are talking about more eastern Orleans Parish, where you're getting into the more marshier areas, heading toward, if you were going in the direction of say, Venetian Isles, up toward eventually Eden-Niles, if this were to hold together. This is the particular spot where we're talking about at the moment. I'm going to switch back over to our tower camera. It's, I assume, still pointed kind of toward Chalmette. We're kind of moving it around here. And again, the imagery is going to be very difficult. Again, these are storms that, one, have been embedded within heavy rainfall, and two, at night, you're not going to hear anything coming your way. But just from the clear pictures that we were getting from sky cameras across the area, we can definitely confirm there was a tornado on the ground in Metro New Orleans. And again, this is not something we deal with very often. Now, I also want to start out or show you a wider look at radar, where all of the areas where the line has already pushed through, you're in good shape. Things are done for you. It's everyone along and east of this line where the threat is still ongoing. And just incredible that a line that had been showing signs of weakening steadily over the last several hours as it moved into our viewing area, really having done nothing, suddenly started to explode with those two individual cells riding along this frontal boundary, along this boundary, where they started to take on that rotation, and they held together. That's something that we don't see very often, will be these long duration type tornadic storms. Usually if we start to see that couplet in that rotation form, they last for a few passes of the radar and then they dissipate. These were definitely more of the long-lived, at least for southeast Louisiana. These are more of the long-lived type of tornadic storms that we don't typically see here this far south. But when the ingredients are there, even as they kind of were shifting a little bit more to the north, sometimes it doesn't take much. And again, the two areas that we're watching, one just about entirely into Pearl River County. And then, let's see, this was the new tornado warning, I believe, that was issued, as it looks like maybe another little couplet kind of coming in here. And I apologize, I'm going to switch back over to a couple of our computers to kind of get an idea of what the National Weather Service office is saying with regard to these new warnings as they continue to come into the office there. Again, what they're looking at is the rotation on radar. And we've seen several of these little couplets that keep kind of firing up. It may be that this is from that storm earlier. Again, if this holds together, this looks to be more of a broad rotation approaching the Slidell area, the Eden-Niles area. So this looks to be more of a broad rotation. But here's the Weather Service office radar. So if you're familiar with Slidell, the airport in Slidell, Slidell. This is the National Weather Service Office radar, and this looks to be kind of a broad storm that is getting ready to move into Orleans Parish, or excuse me, into St. Tammany Parish, out of Orleans Parish. As my computer updates here and I get the information, I'm going to reopen our chat that we have going with the National Weather Service Office so I can kind of get an idea of what they are thinking within these new warned areas. As again, they kind of continue to come out. So let's see here if I can jump on the chat with them real quick and get the very latest of the warnings that are coming in. I apologize, you hear us typing as we did take on a bit of a power hit here. We're having to kind of reboot, reset a lot of our computers, and the information sometimes a little bit slower to come in. So we're just kind of getting everything back online. Let's see, this is now populating. Okay. The tornado warning. Let me kind of update everyone as to what warnings are still ongoing, what warnings are new. Let's see, they have canceled part of the tornado warning for St. Tammany Parish. They are continuing a tornado warning for Washington, Pearl River. The confirmed tornado, this is the one that we have been, the confirmed tornado that had been moving through St. Tammany Parish is now around the Picayune area, at least as of about, well, this has been about 10 minutes now, continuing through Pearl River County. We also have the tornado warning that is continuing for Pearl River County over near McNeil. That just came in a couple of minutes ago. The tornado warning for Orleans Parish has been canceled. The other tornado warning for St. Tammany Parish has also been canceled. So these are the new warnings, the updates to the warnings, I should say, that are coming in. So Orleans Parish is no longer under a tornado warning. As far as St. Tammany goes, again, we still have kind of that ongoing broad rotation that looks like it may be moving toward the kind of south of Slidell, right in through here. We've got this one that is now moving onshore. This is very broad. This doesn't look like it's anything very well defined, but as these storms have already had a history of producing tornadoes, Weather Service is going ahead and issuing a tornado warning for this. And also with this in such close proximity to the radar site in Slidell, what we're looking at is data that is very close to the surface. So this broad rotation is very close to the surface. Sometimes we're analyzing these storms because the radar site is in Slidell, the curvature of the earth as the storm, the beam gets farther away from the radar site, you're actually sampling higher parts of the storm. When they're this close, you're looking at what's happening very, very near the surface. And so this very near the surface storm is showing that signs of rotation moving towards Slidell. As I mentioned, the tornado warning that you still see it kind of flashing for eastern Orleans has expired. So that rotation looks like it is gone there. So for Orleans Parish, it has expired. We'll switch back over to the reflectivity again, just to give folks an idea of where the threat is still ongoing and where things have finally settled down. Along this line and east, the threat continues. Along this line and west, even as you see a few pop-up showers across parts of the Jefferson Parish on the West Bank, these are not severe. It's anything along this line and eastward that will continue the threat for the next few hours. Anything west, things have settled down. So on the North Shore, the only ongoing tornado warning that we have is this one for kind of the Slidell area into Hancock County and then southern Pearl River County in the direction eventually toward Picayune. And then of course the one that is ongoing, this is the one that we have been tracking for quite a while, that has now moved into Pearl River County. Let's switch, toss things over to Sharice and Katie. We're getting some new information in.
Yeah, Chris, we're going to give you a second right now. I know that you have to regather because, of course, as we mentioned earlier, there was kind of a hit to our power here at the station, so everything had to reboot. And we're getting, now that that power is all the way up, we're getting new pictures, new images of a tornado that Chris has confirmed and that we are clearly seeing here that was on the ground.
This is from Arabi tonight. night in St. Bernard Parish, and you can see the flashes of lightning there. That is a very well-defined funnel cloud that appears to be on the ground. Now, we have not gotten confirmation, I don't believe, Chris, you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but we haven't gotten confirmation about that touching down in St. Bernard
Not
at this point.
not necessarily confirmation, but the Weather Service office was getting reports of damage so far around the Gretna area. I'm kind of looking back through our chat.
Okay.
It looks like that's about the only storm damage that we're getting thus far.
Well, this is in St. Bernard Parish, and we tried to get some emergency officials on the phone there, but they said they are dealing with an emergency situation. So that is a strong indication that this is where this is happening right now. The tornado, from what I understand, and again, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the tornado risk in that area has diminished. However, these are the first pictures, videos, images that we're seeing of that from people who are on the ground. And of course, we only want you to send us these if it is safe to do so. But if you do have them, send them our way so that we can help let people know what's going on out there.
So far, some of you have been tweeting out a lot of information. Some of this coming from Arabi, people saying that they've had a tornado go over their home. Some people showing some damage. We're trying to work to confirm right now exactly where, again, all of this came down, but we're getting lots of pictures and lots of video, but a lot of people obviously in a dangerous situation. One video that we saw earlier said someone saw a tornado go over their home and their carport was messed up and they were hiding inside of the bathroom, inside of a bathtub. And as Chris mentioned earlier, having a tornado in the Metro New Orleans area is not something that we deal with very often here. So a lot of people in a very scary situation. So it's understandable that you haven't sent that video in yet because it's very shaken up for a lot of us, and it moves very quickly and very, very fast. But again, if you have any pictures, you can send them to us and make sure you get it out there so we can let people know exactly where the damage is. Unfortunately, you know, some of the power lines, something that I'm concerned about is the power lines that go down in some of those areas. Some of those power lines, it took a long time after Hurricane Ida to get them repaired. So hopefully we don't have a huge power surge where we don't have any access to power anywhere.
Right, absolutely. And of course, loss of life is the biggest question mark. Hopefully everyone is safe out there in the metro area, as this tornado really has just ripped a swath through the city. And I think we're going to have to wait to see the extent of the damage. But that tornado, as Chris mentioned, went from the West Bank over in Gretna. There were reports of it touching down there. It was confirmed by the Weather Service. And then that tornado moved its way a straight line through metropolitan New Orleans. Again, not something that we see every day. Up through, we're hearing parts of the 9th Ward, possibly the lower 9th Ward, and then into Arabi, which is that tornado video that we showed you just a minute ago. I don't know if we want to go ahead and show that again. It was sent in to us from someone out there who is on the ground. Now, this is us apparently on the ground in the lower 9th Ward. This is a live picture right now of the Mobile Forecast Center of one of our crews out there. I believe this is Alexandra Cranford and Jeff Hackett, who are driving around the lower 9th Ward. Oh, this is the Marigny. This is the Marigny Bywater. It's hard to tell. Thank you guys for keeping us informed about what we're looking at, so we can tell everybody out there. But this is the Mobile Forecast Center driving through the Marigny, headed in that direction where we believe there may have been a tornado touching down just a little while ago.
Well, Chris, someone just tweeted, is it safe for us to go outside? Is it safe for us in Orleans Parish? Or what should they be doing right now?
Yeah, most of Orleans Parish, if we want to switch back over to the radar here, I can kind of show you where things are now safe. We'll start up on the North Shore. Much of Washington Parish, you're done. Washington Parish, you are done. As far as St. Tammany Parish goes, we do have this ongoing tornado warning. The velocity is not really showing up anything really well defined. Maybe around the Slidell area, kind of this broad circulation here as that continues through eastern St. Tammany, eventually putting into maybe parts of Hancock County and then into Pearl River County up toward Picayune. So most of St. Tammany Parish, things are fine. Orleans Parish, Jefferson Parish, things are fine. Again, it's going to be anything along this line and east where conditions are still possible for severe weather. These little pop-up showers that we have developing on the west side of the line, none of these are going to become severe. You are fine in all of these areas. So if you do want to go out and assess some damage, you can certainly go do that. And then down toward the coast, again, from kind of Grand Isle, not quite to Port Sulphur, and then into the Biloxi Marsh, this is where the storms could still become severe. What we're seeing kind of popping up in lower Jefferson, Lafourche, out toward lower Terrebonne, that is not going going to become severe. Something interesting, and a tool that we have here in our radar is something called a rotation tracker. It allows us to find where rotation is and where it has been. This gives you a almost exact path of that tornado. So we can track this from right at around the Estelle area. So then you're getting into the more populated areas of the West Bank. Again, we're looking at the track of that tornado. Terrytown, as it continued moving toward the northeast, eventually jumping the river. So went from not quite to Algiers Point, then across to Arabi, continued east or northeast toward kind of the almost jumping into the old Mr. Go toward Michoud, and then it looks like it was around there, as we were showing you. We were bringing all of our computers back up online in the New Orleans East area, just before it really moved out into the marsh, it started to fall apart. So that looks like where that tornado track ended. Now, we're not going to know the official track, the strength of this storm, and all the details until possibly tomorrow or maybe even the day after, once the National Weather Service is able to go out there and survey the damage. The storm on the North Shore, again, we have a track of the rotation. This likely started as a waterspout on the western side of the causeway, crossed the causeway itself, moved toward the Big Branch National Wildlife Refuge, took a path that kept it east of Mandeville, away from Slidell, and then continued it north of Picayune. So that is the path of both of those tornadoes that moved through. Now, we have ongoing rotation that is being depicted by radar is right around the Slidell area. This, again, is under a tornado warning, but for the most part, this looks to be a very broad area of rotation, not nearly as well defined as some of the rotation indicators were of what are now confirmed tornadoes in southeast Louisiana. Again, this is not something that we have happen very often. A confirmed tornado across the metropolitan area, one that was confirmed via sightings, and one that we have captured on numerous cameras across the West Bank and out across parts of St. Bernard. Incredible that we have that footage now, and I'm praying that we have no injuries and no significant damage to any of these areas. So again, just to kind of reiterate where those storm paths were. First on the North Shore, again, thankfully did not really affect too many populated areas. This stayed away from Mandeville proper and away from Lacombe as it continued along a path toward and through LA 36. Then our tornado on the West Bank to the East Bank started in Estelle. I'm going to zoom in here so you can really get an idea of maybe even some of your streets, some of your neighborhoods. Went right over Woodmere as it continued on the West Bank toward Terrytown, continuing along a path that took it right up to the river and then jumped the river into Arabi. And we were talking about it was going to come very, very close to maybe the French Quarter, Bywater, Lower 9, Arabi towards Chalmette. And it did kind of split the difference, taking it right over Arabi. And that is where we got a lot of the images of the tornado on the ground before it eventually dissipated kind of beyond the Michoud area into New Orleans East. So those are the two tracks of the tornadoes that we were able to now confirm definitively move through southeast Louisiana. As I mentioned, a lot of folks are wondering, can I go out now? In coastal southern Mississippi, not yet. You're going to have to wait a little bit of time for these cells to continue pushing off to the east. The line itself, I should say, is moving to the east. These embedded individual cells have been kind of moving up toward the northeast. Still some broad rotation. That's why we have the tornado warning that's in effect for St. Tammany Parish, although based on velocities, wasn't looking like too much of anything. And then let's check out the velocities on some of these storms that are down in the coastal regions, from the Biloxi Marsh through central Plaquemines Parish and then down towards southern Plaquemines Parish, not quite to the mouth of the river. No rotation is showing up within any of these storms. So that too is great news. So I'm going to jump back over. I'm going to widen out radar. I'm going to put this into motion because I want to switch over to our computers and then kind of read from what the National Weather Service has been saying, if they're getting any new data in. We're getting information into our newsroom. We're sending out teams as we speak to where these the potential damage has been. Okay, let's see.
Chris?
Yes.
So Is my mic hot? We're getting reports that there is significant and major damage both in the lower Ninth Ward and in Arabi tonight, with the possibility that some people may be trapped in homes, and we have not confirmed that yet. We're waiting to hear word from officials in that area. But Alexandra Cranford is actually in the lower Ninth Ward and has come across some of that damage that you were just mentioning. So we want to go to Alexandra Cranford to see what she is seeing out there after this tornado just, ripped a swath through this area. Alexandra?
Hey, Katie. Yeah, we just got here and we were on the way from Hammond, and then we were coming toward New Orleans, and now we have just crossed over from the lower Ninth Ward on St. Claude into St. Bernard Parish. And really what we've seen, first of all, is it is completely black. There's no power lights, there are no lights on, and we've been confirmed with our Entergy map. It's just a big block of mostly or all red really across the lower Ninth Ward and into St. Bernard. Really what we've seen also is some, sirens, some police vehicles, and an ambulance went ahead of us here on St. Claude. And so we're just kind of a little bit behind that, going in that same direction. As for damage, here where we are on the busy road, we're not seeing it at this point, but we're getting into it. So we're going toward it, and we will be driving around and looking for that. And if you do have, exact locations, we're going to be looking for that. So we are going to be searching for it. But as of right now, what we're seeing is the main thing, again, just the street lights out, traffic lights out. There are a lot of people driving around, it does seem, at this point. And the thing that we are seeing lit up really is the police lights that we're seeing. We're seeing some ahead as you go farther into St. Bernard Parish, and we're really not seeing anything as far as, big damage so far, but we have seen some reports of that on social media already. So we're here, we're looking around, we're going to find it, and we'll bring it to you guys. But this is the scene right now from the lower Ninth Ward and into St. Bernard. So this is what we're seeing, guys.
Yeah, Alexandra, thank you for that report. And, I think once you get a little bit farther down the road, you're going to start seeing some significant damage. We're seeing some reports on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, where people are sharing social media videos that they've taken of the damage and the aftermath. And it looks like the damage is substantial. I know that we're trying to get some more word about whether or not Orleans Parish rescue workers are working their way through that area. Some of the videos that we're seeing, people are out with flashlights trying to survey the damage. And again, something that officials will tell you every single time something like this happens is be extremely careful in those areas, because you will have a lot of power lines down, and you do not know whether or not those power lines are live or not.
Right.
And can be extremely dangerous as you're trying to walk around in the dark and figure out exactly what we all in the metro area just experienced, especially those in the areas that were hardest hit by this storm.
Right now, you have to forgive me for keeping my eyes down, because I'm getting a lot of video and a lot of people that are reporting about damage in their area, mostly from where Alexandra is right now. That is in the Arabi area, the lower Ninth Ward area. They're seeing extreme damage. Now, we're just seeing these reports. We have not confirmed anything, as Katie just mentioned just yet, of people possibly having to be rescued, some homes that are leveled, a lot of debris that's been thrown around. You just saw there from Alexandra where power outages are widespread over the area. Actually taking a look over in that area, and it seems like the power outages continue to increase. Right now, just about 17,000 people just going parish by parish, actually 8,000 in Orleans Parish and about 4,000 in JP. But again, you have to be careful while you're out there. I know a lot of people are sending us video and pictures, but Entergy has already asked people to be careful, because they won't go out to assess the damage, so they don't necessarily know exactly what power lines are down, what's a live wire, and what's not safe. You're taking a live look right now. Well, excuse me, not a live look, but a video that was taken earlier by someone. I think this was in St. Bernard Parish.
In Arabi.
In Arabi, if I'm not mistaken. And this is a video that we would have never thought we would have seen here in our area. It is very rare. This is a very rare occurrence for us, but this is a tornado that was confirmed by the National Weather Service and by our own chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin, that is on the ground. And now we are seeing damage all over the place. People are sending in pictures, sending in video, and letting us know that there's a lot that's happening in the area. We're actually looking at some very shocking video right now that is on Instagram, and we're hoping that we can actually bring that to you guys soon. But we want to make sure we get some clarification before we put that on there for you to see.
Yeah, St. Bernard Parish President Guy McInnes is telling our Paul Murphy that the tornado has caused major damage in St. Bernard. It was seen on the ground, according to him, in the Arabi area, and hopefully we're working to get him on the phone so we can find out more about what the situation is there and whether or not there are people who've been injured, whether or not there has been anybody, God forbid, trapped in one of their houses as this tornado ripped through. And again, this tornado that we're talking about on the south shore of New Orleans went through a highly populated area. Many of these places have homes, businesses, people who were home because it is, of course, after work hours. And so there is a big question mark about what the extent of the damage is. And as we're seeing some pictures and videos that we've been getting from viewers and things that we're seeing online, it does look like there are some areas that do have extensive damage.
And we're just hoping that everyone is safe. And as we mentioned, unfortunately, a lot of people are home at this time, and so the unfortunate situation is when this tornado goes through, some people, and I think, Chris, you said this a little bit earlier, it's later in the evening, so it'll be harder for some people to hear that it was coming.
Well, with the being at night, you're not going to be able to see it, but the problem with the way these storms were moving, it was almost as though the leading part of the storm, kind of tweeting out some pictures of the storm track, kind of the way these storms were moving, you had all of this intense rainfall before the tornado actually reached to where you were. So as the tornado was approaching you, you were embedded within some very heavy rainfall. And I will say, when our computers kind of went down for a few moments and our power went out here, that was about the time that the storm was crossing the river and hitting the lower 9 and Arabi. So it was around that time that I thought very well could be right over here in the quarter, and it certainly was very, very close. It'll be fascinating. Obviously, this is going to be horrible for the folks that were impacted by the storm. And again, it was not the North Shore, but our tornado on the West Bank that jumped into Arabi lower 9, and how many folks that it affected. It'll be very interesting to see, once the Weather Service is able to go out and assess the damage tomorrow, how wide the storm was, the exact length of the track, and once they're able to assess the damage, then they will determine just how strong the storm was. Certainly from a lot of the video that we have been showing you from viewers that have captured that tornado, it is not one of the smaller, weaker ones that we tend to see here. And, earlier during our forecast, we were kind of giving a little bit of a hard time in the Storm Prediction Center, having placed us under such a high risk of severe weather. Well, while I still don't believe that we were necessarily should have been under that high of a risk of severe weather, which would more indicate an outbreak, and certainly 2 confirmed tornadoes is not an outbreak. If you were affected by a tornado, you don't care how many there were if you were affected, but this was certainly not an outbreak, but was definitely very accurately forecasted, something we've been showing you within those moderate, the high risks and all of that, is a hatched area. That meant there was a chance for the stronger and longer duration tornadoes, and that is exactly what we saw. 2 of these stronger and longer duration tornadoes, something that we don't often see. So while we did not see a tornadic outbreak or a severe weather outbreak per se here, we certainly saw 2 long-tracked and strong tornadoes that moved through the area, and it'll be fascinating to see just what the Weather Service is able to assess tomorrow as to the strength of these tornadoes. My guess, again, this is basing it on nothing other than the velocities, is that this is going to be at least an EF2.
And you think that's the one in St. Tammany Parish, or the one that we saw on the West Bank?
St. Tammany Parish, I really don't know. Based on the velocities that we were looking at and that hook, it could have easily been an EF0 or 1, because it was a well-defined water spout when it was over Lake Pontchartrain. Once it started to cross on land, we didn't really see that hook any longer, and the couplet, that rotation in the velocities, was starting to kind of fall apart. So that may have been a weaker tornado. Certainly the one that we saw on the West Bank, just again, based on the velocities and the duration of that, it would lead me to believe at least an EF1, if not an EF2, possibly stronger. Again, that is all assessed based on the damage that is caused. And again, that is not done until the survey is carried out, I would imagine, tomorrow, as the weather is going to be very cooperative over the next several days.
Yeah, and if these pictures and videos that we're seeing of these areas in the lower Ninth Ward and Arabi, which is just across, of course, the parish line into St. Bernard, if they are any indication, there is extensive damage in those areas. Now, we do know that St. Bernard Parish President Guy McInnes has confirmed that there is major damage and destruction in Arabi, which is an area that Chris showed us on the radar with those velocity maps, where he is now saying that he he suspects that this may be as strong as an EF2, EF3 tornado, which, you know, is an extensively, it's a very strong tornado.
Especially for this area. Taking a live look right now at the lower 9th Ward. Actually, we have Brooke Kirchhofer. She's live for us. And Brooke, I've been following some of your pictures. She's over in Arabi live right now. Brooke, what are you seeing and as far as damage in that area? We're hearing a lot of stories about people having to be rescued, seeing a lot of damage. Can you confirm exactly what's going on there? A lot of emergency vehicles behind you.
Hey, Sharice, I will say we had just arrived, and it seemed like we arrived just as the ambulances were going into the area around here. There is extensive damage here in Arabi. We are actually on West Judge Perez Drive between Alexander Avenue and Center Street. We see down trees, down power lines. Really, driving into this area from the lower 9th Ward, there was absolutely no power. And as I mentioned, ambulances are just now arriving. The police arrived just moments ago. The fear right now is that there is a lot of damage, people stuck in their homes, as you guys have mentioned. Ambulances have now gone into the community in this area. Most larger trees, most power lines are down in this area, strong winds. And on the street we are in right now between Alexander Avenue and Center Street, it looks as though the tornado might have passed through here. You can tell by the way the trees have fallen and also the things that are wrapped around the trees when it comes to the winds that come through when a tornado passes through. Right now, we are just hoping that no one is stuck in their homes and that those who are here, that ambulances find them. People are not able to drive through this area. If you are in Arabi or coming to Arabi from the lower 9th Ward, police officers are trying to block these roads off so that ambulances and firefighters can get to these homes to potentially cut people out of their homes if they are stuck. So if you're in this area, please be aware. Please stay out of the workers who are just trying to make sure people are safe. Guys, we'll send it back to you. We're going to try and head closer and see more of what the damage looks like.
A quick question while Katie works to get the parish president on the phone right now. Have you had to witness, or you see any homes that could potentially have someone that may be blocked in, or someone that maybe that police are paying more attention to?
Sorry, Sharice, I didn't hear you. Say that one more time.
I'm saying, are you seeing any homes with that sort of extensive damage that may be blocked in, or any trees that maybe fell on homes, or do you see any rescue efforts happening in front of you?
Yes, Sharice, we are walking in right now. Actually, a mother and a baby are trying to get out of this home right here. A Jeep was able to come in. Their front door is completely blown out. Looks like glass. They have trees down around them. It doesn't look like any trees have come down through this home, but you can imagine I see a mother with a baby in her hands, just the fear of, it's nighttime, you're not sure what's coming around. It just shows the importance of you have to have these apps and weather apps up and running and make sure that you're paying attention, as Chris mentions. I actually see it now as I get closer. Their family vehicle is underneath the tree.
Right.
And it looks like a man is walking out of his home. Sharice, we'll try to see if he wants to talk to us, if you want to give us just a second here. Hello, sir. How are you?
Considering. Everybody in the house is fine.
Everybody
in the house is fine, so that's the important part. We actually our dog kind of let us know something was up. She kind of tensed up, and we were like, okay, we need to get to the bathroom now. And we did, and literally 2 minutes later, that's when this kind of happened. We started hearing glass shatter, and now I'm out here.
Can you talk about when this started happening and what you guys were hearing going on outside?
Honestly, it was just the rain. We didn't actually hear anything change, like people talk about, like a train or something like that for a tornado. It just all of a sudden happened, and we thankfully my wife, me, my sister-in-law, my son, who is 10 months, and the 2 dogs were all in one bathroom, kind of holding out.
Horrifying. I'm happy to hear you guys are okay. Have you heard from neighbors that might be in the area?
We have not. We have not. We don't actually. There's a house behind us that is completely moved off of its foundation. So, we haven't heard from anybody yet.
Well, I'm sorry to hear this happened, and I hope the cleanup process it's just now getting underway, but happy to hear you're doing okay. And is there anything else you want to add that you guys maybe saw? Did you see the tornado come through?
We did not. We were inside, like they say, in an interior bathroom, kind of hunkering down, make sure we were okay. The stuff is replaceable.
Thank you.
All right, Brooke, thank you so much.
Therese, as we mentioned, yes.
Yeah, Brooke, we actually have Parish President Guy McInnes on the phone right now. He's joining us live, so we're going to come back to you in just a minute. I know you're trying to get farther into Arabi and Chalmette. Parish President McInnes, you're live on Channel 4 right now. What can you tell us about the areas that have the most damage from this storm?
Well, we have widespread damage from South Arabi to North Arabi. It seems like we have a lot of damage right here at Center Street and Prosperity. We're going through homes right now, search and rescue and clearing homes. We also have some homes in South Arabi, right off of Friscoville, that we're still trying to get to. And people are calling in saying they're trapped in their bathroom. So our guys are out at every location that we can be. We really don't know the how widespread it is or how much damage in other areas other than where we're at. But as of right now, no major injuries are reported. Everyone seems to be okay, which is a miracle in itself. With what I'm looking at, we got a house in the middle of the street here that was picked up and moved. So our residents are being very, very cooperative. We, at this time, we don't have any sightseers. We're asking everyone to please stay home. It seems like everyone is doing okay, and we're in a process of trying to find shelter for those who need shelter. So we got a lot going on, but it's going to be a long night. It happened right at sundown. So we're looking okay. All of our guys are out working hard. We're clearing roads, and we'll be back at it tomorrow morning.
Are there certain areas that are impassable that you've come across so far that we should warn people about? I mean, I know you're saying everybody should really just stay home.
Yeah, we have in Arabi, we have significant damage on Judge Perez. We're trying to clear that now. We have some damage, some reported damage on St. Claude. Not sure if that's passable or not, but I would stay out of that area. And if you don't need to be out, please stay home. And we are taking care of all of the family members here, and everyone so far has been accounted for.
You know, President McInnes, I could hear you on the phone earlier, going house to house yourself. It's what it sounds like you're doing. How is that going for you? And have you ever seen anything like this?
Well, Katrina,
right.
But I wasn't here right after the fact. It was all underwater. But, people are just worried about their neighbors. People, for the most part, look like they're going to stay home. Obviously, the homes that are 100% damaged, we're making sure that everything's okay. They're looking for animals. We got a daughter with a ventilator out of a home early. Our fire department is out and about doing all of that. So, we're all out helping, talking to residents and trying to let them know that let us do our job. We're here to help them and protect them.
You mentioned people trapped in bathrooms. How many approximate reports have you gotten like that?
We've gotten 2 reports about 20 minutes ago that they were still trapped, and we are more than likely we are already at that location and have gotten to them. I don't have a full report on that yet, but by tomorrow morning we'll have a full assessment of how many homes were damaged, what the damage was. We have a lot of resources coming. National Guard, State Police just got off the phone with the governor. He pledged all of his support for that. And our fire department is staging up, our sheriff's department is staging up, and those guys are doing a great job, and they're going to do a great job throughout this event.
We know that parts of Arabi have some pretty historic sections. Any idea how those fared?
There was one home, from what I understand, damaged right off of Friscoville. But I don't have a report there, I'm sorry.
Okay, and we have seen some pictures out of that area that show cars flipped upside down, which would indicate a pretty strong tornado.
Yeah, it had to be pretty strong. It lifted a house up and moved it on the street.
Right.
So,
wow.
the scientists will figure all that out, as how strong the storm was. So we're just trying to help people right now. That's our focus, and I want to make sure everyone gets to shelter.
Oh, I don't know if you can hear me, sir, but just a quick question for you. I know that we have some viewers that are tuning in right now, listening on their cell phones and watching as best they can. Is there anything that you want to share to the residents in this parish that you need for them to do right now as, of course, you assess this damage?
It's very dangerous in these areas. Please stay home, stay out of these areas. We got down lines, we got gas and electricity in all of these sites. Atmos and Entergy are out and about trying to address those issues. Just stay home, and if you have a family member that lives in one of these areas, try to contact them and let them know that we're here to bring them to shelter or to bring them to a family member.
Okay, President McInnes, we'll check back in with you in a little while to see how things are going, and our heart is with you and the people who are having to pick up the pieces tonight.
Thank you. God bless.
You too.
All right, and that you just heard from St. Bernard Parish President Guy McInnes right now, who literally, as we were waiting for him to get on the phone with us and speaking with Brooke Kirchhoffer, who was giving us that live look over in Arabi, was speaking with people along the way, because this is happening in real time, where people are still just assessing this damage and still just kind of coming over this shock, or getting out of the shock of this happening so quickly. Brooke got us a live interview right there from someone who said that they heard it, and within 2 minutes, everyone went to the bathroom, and it just seemed like within minutes the storm was passing right over them.
Yeah, and then we heard from Parish President McInnes saying that at least 2 reports they've received of people trapped in bathrooms. They are still working to get them out. He said he thinks they probably have already gotten to those areas, that the fire department is out there. He said there are emergency crews from all of the agencies, and that he has been in contact with Governor John Bel Edwards, that the National Guard is coming to assist, that they're hearing from state police who are willing to come in and assist. So a lot of help is being directed towards St. Bernard and toward that area. And we do know that this was a pretty significant tornado, especially given the videos that we've seen online of this thing.
He said widespread damage from South Arabi to North Arabi. Also mentioned that they're going through homes doing search and rescue efforts, making sure that, not saying that all of those homes need those efforts, but they're clearing those homes to make sure everyone is okay. They said they have some homes in South Arabi, and videos that we've seen, pictures that we've seen on Friscoville, on that street that he mentioned over in Arabi. And I think we still have our Brooke Kirchhoffer, who's set up for us outside in Arabi again as these efforts continue. I know that it is probably a lot that's going on around you. Obviously everyone again still kind of emerging from their homes, rescue crews trying to get out there. We ask that you also be safe as you're out there, bro.
Yeah, Sharice, emergency vehicles are still coming in. It seems like a lot of the damage is on Center Street. We are currently on West Judge Perez Drive between Center Street and Alexander Avenue. Actually, right behind us, there is a Jeep trying to pull a tree off of this street to try to clear ways for emergency vehicles. We see an ambulance and a police officer coming through now. Like I said, it's still developing. People are still coming out of their homes. Emergency vehicles are trying to get here. You see Good Samaritans trying to clear the way for people to get through here and get to those that I imagine are trapped in their homes. As we were just at this man's house, the amount of damage, trees, their windows are out from the wind. I asked him if he's seen anything like this since they've lived here, and he said not since Katrina. And so the tornado that must have come through this area, I cannot imagine the noise, the damage that we haven't even seen yet, because we have not been able to get down to Center Street to go in. They have now blocked off that area. We continue to hear saws in the distance and emergency vehicles going through. We just hope at this point that those that are trapped, people are able to get to them. But as we've all mentioned, this is happening now. People are just now getting out to assert the damage, or are just now realizing that their homes have either caved in, because it is at nighttime and people are getting ready for bed. We're gonna try to stay safe out here and try to give you guys more updates as we head down to Center Street. But for now, live in Arabi, Eyewitness News, Brooke Kirchhoffer, back to you.
All right, a very rapidly unfolding situation there. We look forward to hearing some more from you on the ground, where she is getting a first-hand look at that damage. damage. Now, some other areas outside of St. Bernard also had that tornado come through, and we haven't heard a lot of reports of damage in Gretna, places that we do know that Chris did see that significant velocity on the radar as it was making its way up toward the metro area. So
you just saw a tweet from Jefferson Parish actually saying that the JP Department of Fire Services reports, again, no major structural damage or any injuries from the tornado at this time. We're hoping that it stays that way, but they do have 2 power poles that are leaning with lines on the ground at 3200 Clear Avenue. This is over in Gretna, but again, they're still assessing this. And one of the things that forgot to mention that Parish President McGinnis mentioned is that there were no major injuries, and we're hoping that that's the case throughout the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. We hope it stays that way. Again, he mentioned that there were 2 people at least trapped in bathrooms in St. Bernard. It appears that that may be the area that's received the most significant damage. We did speak with Mike Cooper. Again, this is Brooke Kirchhoffer just taking you live down in that area in St. Bernard, walking you through where the damage is. But another place where there was another tornado tonight is St. Tammany Parish, and we'll, of course, check in with them to see what the situation is on the ground there. Mike Cooper said it's not a largely populated area where that St. Tammany tornado went through, but there are homes that are in that area. So it is rural, it is not as densely populated, but there still is the chance with mobile homes in that area and other neighborhoods that are more rural in nature that people could have received some damage from these storms.
I don't know if our Chief Meteorologist, Chris Franklin, he has stepped away. He's over there, but I just wanted to ask you, are we in the clear right now as far as the weather? Is the severe weather, are we pretty much over with, or is it still moving for us?
No, for the majority of our viewing area, it is done. If we want to switch over to radar real quick, I can kind of point out where I'm just retweeting and reposting some of the images that we're getting in here. I just actually shared on Facebook from a viewer in Gretna of clearly the tornado kind of struggling over Gretna, whether it was trying to lift back into the storm or get better developed onto the ground. Certainly was at times on the ground in Gretna, but was kind of struggling to do so. So far, from what I'm seeing, and again, this is all our viewers are really the eyewitnesses that we need to verify these things on the ground. Our technology and our crews can only do so much. We can't be in all places at all times, but the verification videos that we are getting across the area, it really does appear as though St. Bernard, Arabi in particular, some of the hardest hit areas so far. Now, of course, as I was showing you kind of our shear track where we were getting the rotation tracker, we're able to kind of see where the tornado kind of started and then jumped. I'm not sure why it's, see, go back here a little bit. You can kind of see where it began. That's not to say that it was on the ground this entire time, so that's yet to be determined. And it's very possible, and something that we do see with these storms very often, is that the tornado doesn't necessarily stay on the ground the entire time, because as I was saying, I just shared it on my Facebook page. A viewer sent in from Gretna, where the storm, you could clearly see the tornado. She was taking this from her driveway, where it was almost kind of jumping, that you saw the rotation trying to develop, and then it kind of lifted back into the storm and continued along. So at least in this vicinity, here's Gretna, so this Terrytown, she was in Gretna. Again, whether or not this is precisely where the tornado was on the ground will yet to be determined by the survey team from the National Weather Service office, but it looks like it may have kind of jumped here and there, and then as it kind of gained some momentum as it approached the riverfront on the west bank and then jumped into Arabi, this appears to be where it did most of its damage. And again, this is just the rotation tracker from the radar. This is not the ground truth. That will be determined by the National Weather Service office at some point tomorrow, but certainly it did the majority of its damage, it appears, on the east bank. We'll wait to see. We have not, again, this is solely based on what imagery that we're getting in from viewers and our crews on the ground as to exactly the extent of the damage was on the West Bank. Just based on what it looked like in Gretna, it looked like the tornado was kind of struggling. It wasn't really as well developed, at least around this point. So it certainly looks like it started to gain that momentum and strengthening as it approached the Arabi. Whether or not it happened on the West Bank or it was all on the East Bank will be determined once the damage is assessed some point tomorrow and then maybe through the next couple of days. Yeah, Katie. Yes.
I don't know if I'm live. Here we go. Chris, I'm talking to Parish Councilmember Ricky Templin on the phone. He's, representative of that area and is out on the ground surveying the damage. Thanks for joining us. What can you tell us about the damage that this tornado has caused in those areas on the West Bank?
And currently out here, we're in about the 3200 block of Clare Avenue in Gretna, or you have Hero right before Clare. You have some homes that have been directly impacted as far as like fences, some roofing, porches, carports and sheds that are impacted. You have power lines poles that are down in 2 or 3 sections, with a vehicle that was moved to like maybe a half a parish or city block down the street, slammed into a tree. We currently have Energy pulling up now to evaluate the situation because you had homes where power lines were ripped off of their house.
Wow. Any idea if anybody has been hurt or trapped, or if there are any rescues happening in Jefferson Parish or on the West Bank in particular?
Well, I can't tell you of all the sections where this tornado or whatever it was that touched down, but here in over Hero and Clare, there is no one reporting personal health damage or injured. Just mostly, debris, fencing, house roofing, and power being ripped off of their homes.
Well, thank goodness that everyone is safe, at least in the area that you are at. Again, we're hoping that it stays that way across the metro area. You mentioned that there was a car that was picked up and thrown several blocks. Talk more about that. That sounds like a terrifying situation and a very lucky one if no one was hurt by that.
Well, the good thing about it is no one was occupying the vehicle at the time, and it was kind of blown down the street, I guess, about a block and a half, and landed next to a tree where the front end is damaged. But once again, no one was in the vehicle when it was being blown around.
Oh, that's good news tonight. Any idea about power outages and places like that any issues there? I mean, you mentioned Energy Jack's pulling up.
Yes, and in the lower part of Gretna, from Gretna Boulevard on down Clare, Hero, you're talking back by St. Cletus School, those areas are out of power as we speak. Like I said, Energy is rolling up on the scenes now to evaluate the situation. There will be homes that won't get power back tonight because you have where their services have been ripped off the house, and there's no way to get them power tonight, but I'm sure they're going to evaluate the situation and try to get power back on as soon as possible.
What are you hearing from people as you're out walking around about what they heard and saw and experienced in this tornado?
Well, they said it was fast. It must have been like a little skip and jumping over different areas. They said it came in rapidly and then disappeared. And when they walked out the home, this is when they saw the destruction or the mayhem around their home.
Oh, wow.
So it must have been hopping from, they tell us that it kind of started forming off of Manhattan Boulevard, hopped over a few streets, hit the bottom part of Clare, bottom part of Hero, bounced over here to Clare, and then there's another section supposedly somewhere closer to Terrytown before it went into New Orleans. So it was kind of hopping instead of staying consistently on the ground.
It was doing that classic hopscotch thing that tornadoes do. Chris mentioned it looked like it was trying to form itself and then go back up into the clouds, and then it may have been, jumping up and down in and out of the clouds, which sounds like consistent with what you have heard from people on the ground there.
Absolutely. So, and consistent with what you see on the ground, because here with telephone poles leaning and power down, and then you have woods right after this that aren't even touched. So,
wow.
You could obviously see it was just hopping, trying to form.
Okay, well, Councilmember Templet, I can't thank you for joining us. Thank you enough for joining us. And I assume that we will start to get some more reports out of Gretna. Pictures and images are always welcomed so that we can let people know what's going on there. So thank you for that.
We'll try to keep y'all updated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Of course, as we continue to get, of course, more mentions or more pictures and videos that are coming in, and of course, listening to parish officials about what's going on in that area, we go back out to Brooke Kirchhofer and Arabi, where we're hearing of some of the most extensive damage, and where we're seeing some very horrific video of that tornado just kind of going through that community.
It's terrifying.
Hey, Sharish, yeah, we walked down Center Street, about a block down Prosperity Street. There's a ton of damage up and down Center Street. If you are in this area, please be advised to just stay out of the emergency vehicles way who are just now getting to this area. Here behind us, we were not allowed to walk any further. Firefighters advising us that this is as far as we can walk down. There is down power lines all throughout this area. You see some people that are outside their homes. That is an incredibly dangerous zone right now, according to the firefighters, who are just trying to assess right now where the down power lines are, which lines are hot, things of that nature. There is no power in the lower 9th Ward leading into Arabi. Just a extremely dangerous scene here right now. They do not expect that on this street, at least, anyone is trapped in their homes. That is very good news, at least on Center Street, off the first block on Center Street on Prosperity Street. People are just now getting outside of their homes. We see materials wrapped around homes here, columns that are down, many trees that are down. I've seen many windows blown out. There are trees blocking off streets that firemen and emergency vehicles are looking to pick up, and right now the rain has at least stopped, which will help with the cleanup process and those that are walking outside trying to assess the damage, or at least preventing water damage from getting in roofs that are damaged. And right now they are just trying to figure out who needs help right now, where the down power lines are, and to really just keep everyone safe. If you could see here, this home, this door was blown in, just to show how strong the winds are in this area. Off to this home here, if you can see a column just barely hanging, standing up. Really damaging winds in this area. We see a lot of debris down, a lot of wood that is down from a home across the street from construction. So right now it is just not an area you want to be in. If you can, stay in your homes. If you do need help, go ahead and call 911 and they can try to get to you. But right now, at least on Center Street up the first block, the main priority is to figure out these down power lines. As they said, they do not believe anyone is trapped in these homes right here. Guys.
All right, Brooke, thank you so much for that update. Again, we've been hearing about some extensive damage and seeing a lot of very scary video coming out of Arabi. We know that, again, some people, their search and rescue efforts that are underway, they're going through all of the homes to make sure that people aren't trapped. We heard from the parish president, Guy McGinnis, saying that they had 2 people so far that reported being trapped inside of their bathrooms. Obviously, that is the safest place to go when you have something like this. But again, as we heard earlier from someone she spoke with who was assessing the damage outside of their homes, it happens so quickly and it moves so fast that sometimes you don't have time to think about what to do next.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about this particular tornado is we heard Chris mentioning that because of how it shaped up, there wasn't going to be that warning that you may typically hear about, that freight train sound that people typically report hearing whenever a tornado comes through. And in this case, we heard from those residents in St. Bernard who basically just said it sounded like rainfall, and then they started to hear glass shattering, and they started to hear the actual damage happening as that tornado was starting to rip things apart in their neighborhood, really going through their homes.
And we felt it all over here too. We were sitting inside getting ready to go live with you all as Chris was reporting for you. And I mean, honestly, having the power go out and come back on right now, this is video from outside, is this the Arabi area?
Yes.
And I don't know exactly what we're seeing here because it is dark in that area, but it looks like it may be some damage that are on the streets, possibly some debris that is outside. So again, that is video from that area, and someone who probably lives in that area showing everyone around in the aftermath of this tornado that hit that area.
Yeah, and as Chris was covering this live, you could see the places where this tornado was making its way from Gretna up through St. Bernard in the lower Ninth Ward and into Arabi, and it sounds like that's the area that received the most damage from this particular tornado. Of course, it's not the only one either that we've seen across the metro area. One of the other places was St. Tammany Parish. Now we're hearing from President Mike Cooper, who's saying no extensive damage to homes in St. Tammany from the other tornado up on the North Shore. So that is good news tonight.
Yeah, no report of damages to homes. He's saying that there are no extensive injuries despite the confirmed tornadoes. And then when we talk about the scary video, this is what we're talking about, what you're seeing on your screen right now. Can you imagine seeing this?
This looks like something out of a movie. I can't imagine how terrifying that was for people to see that outside their windows.
And you know, we talked about this just yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, Chris. A lot of this is what pushed over in Texas, from Texas, actually.
Yeah, this is all the same system, which, you know, again, we were talking about all day. Really had not done anything. We had not seen much in the way of any severe weather through almost the entirety of South Louisiana. And then as we got into the last couple of hours of this event, as it was moving into more the metro area, is when we had two particular cells that we started to track. One began over the central part of the lake. Really, we had started to see some rotation over the western part of Lake Pontchartrain as it moved toward the causeway. It looked like there was definitely rotation. Weather Service issued a tornado warning there. It was confirmed as a waterspout to then move on land. Thankfully, we are not seeing any reported or hearing of any reported damage there, as it was for the most part in rural areas. Again, a few neighborhoods, some homes were affected. We'll get more information on that. But the one that we had also been watching that kind of moved in from the coast toward Cutoff was showing some signs of rotation, really started to get better organized around La Rose. And then as we heard from Ricky Template, and I posted from a viewer in Gretna, where it looks like the tornado might have been kind of fairly weak and jumping as it struggled to organize itself as it continued through the West Bank. I'm also seeing reports of some damage on the West Bank. In Jefferson Parish, Councilman Scott Walker was posting some images of some damage there. But the most extensive, so far what we've seen, looks to be all in St. Bernard.
All right, Chris, you're talking about damage over in the West Bank. Mike McDaniel is actually over on the West Bank for us right now, taking a look at damage. Mike, are you live with us here?
In Gretna.
There he is.
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you. We are actually on the scene. This is the area that Chris was kind of talking about there, where it seems like that tornado was a little weak in the beginning, and this is kind of the damage that we see from that. There's a van over here behind me. You can see the front part of it has some structural damage to it, kind of tossed to the side over there. Don't even exactly know what happened with it. There's also some power poles. They're leaning. You can see energy crews out here trying to work and get all of this situated. There's some lines kind of strung across behind me here. We're not trying to get too close to that. This is just one of the areas here on the West Bank that is suffering or dealing with these power outages. This is Clare Avenue. And so these power outages are really from Terrytown into Gretna on into Harvey a little bit when you talk about where the bulk of it is. And they're just in the dark everywhere you look around here. But thankfully, we have heard that there are no injuries reported here on the West Bank. That's always good news. Just some minor damage when it comes to structures or vehicles like that, but no major structural damage. And we did meet a gentleman here just a little bit ago. His name is Jared. He lives about about a block and a half down. Kind of run through what was going through your mind as this system was moving over your house.
I was on my computer and I heard this rumbling noise, so I looked out the back glass door and it looked like a hurricane, and then I just saw flashes of blue and the power was out, and realized that the power lines were snapped in front of the house.
And what was going through your mind as this was happening?
I couldn't believe it. It's like the first tornado I've ever seen here.
And you mentioned you've been through here for Hurricane Katrina, right?
Yes.
And how would you compare the two? You say it looked like a hurricane.
It looked like a 1 minute long hurricane, and that was it. And you just saw flashes of blue, and that was it.
And everybody just started coming out of their houses, kind of assessing the damage. What was going on in the neighborhood?
Everybody come out complaining about the power being out, and they couldn't believe the power lines were down, and it had a pole still spitting sparks out. And
did you think it would get this bad down here by you guys?
I didn't think it would get this bad.
My house in the backyard.
I didn't think it would get this bad. I knew there was a tornado warning, but I just kind of blew it off.
But thankfully, no one was injured, correct, that you know of.
Not that I know of.
Now, I'll join you in here as well. You said you live where?
Yeah, I live at the house next to the blue truck. It hit right in the middle.
Next to the blue truck, and everyone's safe with you guys?
We're safe. It just
what
blew
was
the whole fence down. The sky turned green. The sky looked like a green color. And all of a sudden, it sounded like a bomb. Boom! That's all you heard. It lasted like 1 second.
So when you walked outside, what did you see?
I couldn't believe what I saw. Everything was tore up, like something you never seen before.
And did you guys feel like you were a little safer down here when you were watching the weather and what was going on?
The phone beeps like you know how it gives you the warning, and about 2-3 seconds after the hurricane or the tornado warning come, it hit. Right after it warned you.
So what did you do whenever you got those warnings? What was the situation?
Ran to the hallway. Everybody in the hallway.
Who was all in the house with you?
Me, my sister, and my brother.
And what kind of, were you worried at all that this would be something more than it was?
Yeah. Scary, real scary.
And now as you look around, kind of see the destruction here in the neighborhood, I'm sure you're thankful no one was injured, but what goes through your mind seeing this here in your neighborhood?
I can't believe it, man. I'm nervous, man. Worried. Because I've been through Katrina and I stayed here before, but this seemed like it was worse than Katrina. Just this little bit.
And just one little spin up?
Little 5 seconds, 4 seconds, you know.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're safe, my friend. So the energy crews are still kind of going through here. You can see them making their way down. We haven't got any assessments or any timetables as to how long it's possibly going to take for the power to be back on. Also, again, there are pockets in Terrytown as well as Gretna and moving on into Harvey when it comes to where these power outages are. So we'll keep going around here soon we can find, and we'll get back in touch with you a little later in the newscast, guys.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. My partner right now is, of course, we're actively live in the middle of trying to get people on the phone to get information on the phone.
Colin Arnold is with us, I believe. Mr. Arnold, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. We're live on the air. I just wanted to let you know that. Hoping to get an update on what the situation is in areas like the lower 9th Ward. Obviously, it's right next door, knocking on the door of St. Bernard Parish, where we know there is some extensive damage. How are we faring in Orleans tonight?
We seem to be faring pretty well, and thanks for having me. I just spoke with the 5th District NOPD. They've done a pretty exhaustive damage assessment down there. Obviously, there's no power. That is an issue. There's about 8,000 without power in Orleans right now, mostly in the lower 9th Ward and then along Almonaster and Chef. It appears that they're not seeing damage. We are getting some reports of damage in New Orleans East, and that continues in that area. No reports of injuries in Orleans Parish. Right now, we are just poised and already starting to assist St. Bernard. We don't have good situational awareness of what's going on in their parish necessarily, but we have sent EMS, police, and fire units to assist them should that be necessary in Arabi, the Arabi area now.
Mr. Arnold, you say you're getting reports of damage in New Orleans East, obviously a really big area. Is there an area in particular where you're seeing more damage than others?
It appears off of Chef Highway. I really don't have too good of eyes on that yet, but we're looking around Pressburg and what's the cross street there? Probably around Reed. And so that's the area right now. Again, I don't have real good confirmation on what exactly the damage is. There's obviously utility damage, which Entergy is addressing right now. But we're sending more public safety to that area. I think right now we've been given an all clear, but I don't think that's really an all clear. It's just as far as people need to be very conscious of staying put right now, taking a breath. We need to assist public safety with letting them do their job, get out there and do these assessments. We're not seeing a dramatic increase in 911 calls or any calls related to any damage or injuries at this point. So, that's very good. That's a big indicator how we look at these. So we're not seeing that right now, but we will obviously continue to assess any damage and deal with whatever comes from that.
That is fantastic news tonight to hear that you are not hearing any emergency calls. any increase in emergency calls, rather. So we just don't know what the extent of the damage is in the Ninth Ward and the East.
Correct. I mean, what I'm hearing in the lower Ninth Ward is they are not seeing structural damage. They're seeing some utility damage. They're not seeing debris in roadways. I think that is a relatively stable situation. We are still working, in New Orleans East to ascertain kind of what the ground truth is there. But clearly, I think the important thing is that residents just need to be aware that, this was a very, very intense hour and a half of storm. And we want to make sure that people stay safe right now, because typically what has happened in the past is these tragedies occur afterwards. When people go outside, they try and clean up and touch a power line that may be down, and then you have real tragic consequences from that. And I'll remind everyone right now, the power is out in these areas, so these assessments have to be methodical and sometimes take more effort, obviously, than they would during the daytime, because damage sometimes is not as evident.
All right, Colin Arnold, thank you so much for being with us. It's good to hear that the damage is not, as far as we know, extensive in Orleans Parish. I know I was holding my breath for a while there as we watched this storm make its way through and as we were listening to Chris Franklin. Yeah, for sure. Well, thanks for joining us, and we'll check back in with you as this situation unfolds.
Thanks, Katie.
Okay. Mr. Arnold, thank you so much. And let's go back out to Brooke Kirchhoff for right now, who's live for us over in Arabi. And it looks like you have Brooke, is that a house that's leveled behind you?
Yeah, guys, it's pretty humbling scene here. Just devastating to see as we make our way into Arabi, St. Rose, and Patricia. House is leveled. Completely leveled. Power lines are down. There's plenty of firefighters out here that we just saw with pliers and trying to cut through these homes and damages. It seems that people are still assessing. We are unaware if there were people home when this happened. We just walked to this scene as we make our way into Arabi, but this by far is the most significant damage that we have seen. And even just across the street on the other side, completely leveled as well. If you could turn and see here, it's potentially where this tornado passed through. Just devastating to see this scene when you look up where homes are supposed to be and all you see are the materials of the home. We see trees that are down, homes that are ravished, a lot of cars that are stuck. Right now we do not see people walking out in the street in this area. We hope that no one in these homes were hurt, but right now we are not hearing anything from the firemen and ambulances that have come through this area, if they have maybe gotten to this area before we did. Again, the ambulances were coming in about half an hour ago. Hopefully we're able to attend this area, but just complete destruction here on Prosperity and Rose Street. If you are in this area, please stay out of the way of the emergency vehicles, as they are right now just pulling supplies off of the ground, what used to be homes. And down power lines, as you can see right here, just an extremely dangerous scene. Tons of water on the ground, a little bit of flooding, which, as we know how dangerous that can be with these downed power lines. If you're in this area, please use extreme caution. Just devastating seeing the damage in this area that we are not used to seeing. When it comes to hurricanes and things of that nature, these homes most likely have not experienced a tornado in the last several years. It truly is heartbreaking. People are walking out and really just don't have much to say other than are just in shock as they walk out. We see another home here that is just leveled. You see chairs that are underneath parts of this home that weren't supposed to be this way, and just and again, right now we are unsure of if there's anyone stuck in this area. A couple streets over, firefighters let us know that they did not believe anyone was stuck just 2 streets over, but just to show the significance of this damage and how quickly it can move through. And it really just devastating, guys.
Wow, the level of damage and destruction there on Prosperity Street is just something that will take your breath away. And you can see that people are trying to assess the damage just in Brookshot as we're watching that live picture of the area. And power lines are down in many parts of the area. We are not seeing a massive search effort, which is an indication that hopefully no one was home whenever this tornado ripped through Arabi in St. Bernard Parish today.
All right, let's go right now to Alexandra Cranford, and I believe she's with Sheriff Jimmy Pullman right now, and you know, honestly, just seeing some of these images and getting a better look and a better view of the damage this tornado left behind, it is devastating.
It is, Charisse, and moving here, getting here, we saw a lot of things, traffic lights that were hanging by strings, and we have just gotten to where there's a lot of activity here. I have Sheriff James Pullman with me. Sheriff, what are you seeing tonight?
Well, earlier this tornado touchdown, we had units respond immediately. We got multiple calls of heavy damage in the Arabi area, from the river all the way back through Carolyn Park area. It's severe damage in areas of Arabi. We have multiple injuries, and we're having a multi-agency response to it. The fire department, the sheriff's office, along with the state police and other agencies that responded to us to assist us in first a hasty search, and then we're going to start on a grid search to make sure that we cover all Arabi to make sure nobody needs any help.
Where's some of the worst damage that you've heard of so far?
The Carolyn Park area, I'm hearing, like Benjamin Street, just north of where we're standing right now. They got heavy damage to multiple homes.
Okay, and is it mostly homes that you've heard about, other buildings, or what else as far as damage goes?
Yeah, we're concentrating on the homes because that's likely where somebody's going to be that needs some help. So we're doing that, and once we finish the hasty search, we'll go back and do a more thorough search of all the residents.
Do you have any idea the extent of damage?
I haven't been back there, but all reports that I've been getting from the sheriff's deputies and the fire department is that there's very heavy damage in those areas.
Okay, thank you. And what about people, you know, tonight, they want to see, you know, what has happened, maybe going outside, what would you say?
Yeah, you know, if you don't live here, just stay home. If you need any assistance, call the sheriff's office or the fire department. We'll respond to that. But if you have no business in the area, just please stay out the area. It's complicated enough with traffic and those issues. We're starting to get things cleared up. Almost every street has power lines down, trees down, poles down. So it's going to take us a little while to get some of that mess cleaned up where we can adequately get back there and start, you know, going from street to street, including Judge Perez and St. Bernard Highway as well.
Yeah, some of this was right near a really, you know, busy street.
Oh yeah, it started actually from the river area, and it went north all the way through Carolyn Park. So it touched almost all parts of Arabi, from the very south part all the way up to the north.
And you were talking about injuries. Do you have any more details about that at this point?
No, just multiple injuries that we discovered, and most have been either treated on the scene or have been transported to our local hospital.
Okay, and so no deaths or fatalities that you've heard of?
Not that I'm aware of, but we're going to continue to search. I know in a little while, the President McGinnis and myself, we're going to have a press conference probably here, and we'll give more details about people who've been displaced, where they can go to, how they can get there, and so they'll have a place to stay tonight.
Okay, and anything else you would add tonight?
No, again, just, you know, if you need us, call us. But if you have no business in the area, please just stay out the area. It's a big operation. We have a lot of responders that's working in this area. So don't complicate things for us. Just please stay home if you don't have to be in this area.
Okay, Sheriff James Pullman, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we're watching kind of course, all of the emergency vehicles, just lots and lots of flashing lights in this area. It's also very dark. The power is out. If you look at the Entergy map, it's just all red. So that's a big thing. And we have seen people walking around. Some of them have flashlights. We passed some people on the way here who said, oh, we're doing okay. You know, thank goodness everything's okay for us. But everyone's kind of heard that something has happened here in this part of St. Bernard Parish and kind of on the fringes of the lower Ninth Ward tonight. Back to you.
All right, Alexandra, thank you. You know, so I think something that's so unusual in this case is we're used to hurricanes, like Hurricane Ida ripping through, and it takes a while. It takes a while to assess the damage, to get back out to areas that have been affected. We did see some homes similar in Ida in those areas that are lower in Lafourche and Terrebonne parishes that had similar damage to what we just saw on Prosperity Street. But, you know, I don't think people are used to this happening like that.
Yeah, in an instant. Let's go to Brooke Kirchhoff for right now. She spoke to someone a little bit earlier who said that it was a matter of seconds before they realized that something was wrong and they rushed inside of the bathroom. Brooke is live for us right now in Arabi, where we are seeing a lot of extensive damage. Brooke?
Hey guys, I'm here with Jason Dickerson. It's an extremely humbling scene. We are actually standing in his home that we just showed you that was completely leveled. Jason, talk to us about what you saw and what happened when you first heard the tornado.
When I first heard the tornado, we were in the den, what used to be the den, and my son, who's 5, was with his iPad and, of course, had his headphones on, and the wind and rain was blowing against the side of the house, and it quit. And I'm from Tennessee, and Brownsville, Tennessee, and so I came here and I opened the side door and I looked out and it had quit, and it just went quiet. And then I knew that, usually that's not a good sign. And so I actually turned and I told him, I said, we need to get, go get in the bathroom. And then what you see right there, that's the guest bathroom in the hallway. And something said no. And so we went down and I realized that this is the kitchen and that's the firewall. And behind that was a big master bathroom, and then the toilet was a little small room to itself. And so we went inside instead of of course, my ex-wife's, his mother's, yelling to get in the bathtub, but that's not always a good thing to do. You need to get in the smallest room in the center of the house with the most structure around it, and the most beams, and you got 2 main walls, load-bearing walls. And I may be going into too much detail, but if this ever happens again, don't ever get in the bathtub. Get in the closet, get in something. So when it hit, I could feel it and I could hear it. When I grabbed him, by the time I got from here to there, and remember, I was standing here and couldn't hear anything. And then by the time I got over there, it sounded like a train. And then we got in the room and I shut the door, and about that time I could feel it. And I was on the phone with his mother the whole time, and I said, it's coming, it's here. And the house started shaking, and then when it pulled the roof off, it was actually, I was sheltering him, and then it was pulling me off the ground, and I pushed him down, and my feet came off the ground a little bit, and then it was gone, and then I dropped, because it was such a small room. I guess it was, the convection was pulling me out, or, So, and then it was my neighbor across the street, him and then the St. Bernard Sheriff's Department, they came and helped us out up on the back side of this, what you see here. Yeah, and the whole house is gone. My neighbor's house is leveled to the ground, and it was 4,000 or 5,000 square feet house, and it's gone.
You mentioned your son. He's not here now. Is he okay?
He's okay. His name's Canaan, and he's good. He's 5. He shook up, and he's, I think, crying. He's wanting to see me, but he's good. And that's the only thing I could think about was make sure he's okay. I don't. I would say that if they ask you what the thing that goes through your mind, it was definitely to make sure that he was okay, that he lives. So.
I'm sorry to hear
it's
that.
All right.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
If you can tell us, so those at home know, show us too, where are we standing? Where this used to be?
You're standing at the side door. This was an entrance, and then this was my kitchen, and then the sink over there, and then dining room here. I had bookcase, anyway, there's the front door was there. This is the den. This was a flat panel TVs, the whole deal. And this was, and if you look at the guest bathroom on this side, that's a trailer hitch sticking through the wall into that guest bathroom had I chosen. So, the good Lord he was looking out for us.
You mentioned being from Tennessee. Have you ever experienced something like this in New Orleans?
In New Orleans? No, I've been here since 2015, and I've actually commuted for 5 years back and forth between here and Tennessee for every 7 to 10 days for 5 years until 2 years ago. And then now my partner, Chris Mayberry, I actually commute between here and Tulsa, Oklahoma now. Yeah. So, yeah.
When you talk to officials that came over to help you get out of the rubble, are you hearing that there's more damage down this area?
Yeah, I mean, I could see the the trees in the backyard, and I was shocked to see the pine tree that was in my front yard. It towered over this house, and this house was a pretty tall house, and yeah, so it was. When I could hear it, and then the neighbor showed me a video, actually videoed it, and so we could see it. Of course, it came straight from that direction, and but it must have hooked around my house, even though it got the majority of it. You see, if it leveled his house, and he had a huge home, and the structure here, the way this was built, I could not have chosen, because part of my front of my house is on the wall. You can see the refrigerator right there. There was one cabinet you see, and then that's the hallway. And now the hallway's holding the debris from the front of the house.
I did notice outside of protecting your son, you were holding an American flag in a cooler. Was that one of the first things that you thought to grab?
Actually, it was. I didn't know where it was, and someone had said there's a flag, and that was a family member. So anyway, yeah. So it's in a flag case, so it was protected. Yeah.
Well, sir, I'm devastated to see your home, and I hope you all stay safe. And for those that are just now tuning in, this is just some of the damage here in Arabi that they have truly never experienced in this area before. Again, if you are driving through this area, please just allow emergency vehicles to get through here, as people are just now either coming out of their homes or figuring out where the damage is. For now, live in Arabi, Brooke Kershaw for Eyewitness News.
I just am stunned listening to his interview, Brooke. Right. Thank you for bringing that to us. It sounds unreal. I had goosebumps as he was talking about the fact that he grabbed his 5-year-old son and tried to get into an area of the house that would be safe after he really started to feel the house shaking and the rain just hitting it, and then heard quiet, and then looked outside, knew something was coming, grabbed his son, went, sought shelter, and then the roof came off of his house, lifted him off the ground for a minute, and then he said it was gone just as soon as it started.
And everyone is saying the same thing, that it happened in literally a matter of seconds, where it felt like nothing was there, then all of a sudden just widespread chaos and destruction, and within a matter of seconds it was gone. And Chris said that this was moving about 40 and 50 miles per hour, so this was moving fairly quickly through these communities, and we've seen the videos posted everywhere, and thank you everyone for sharing those videos with us. But we've been seeing them, and these are videos of people that are, I kid you not, right outside. I just showed you a video that we just took a look at while Brooke was doing that interview, of someone on their back porch watching this tornado just go right past their house, just standing there on their back porch as they recorded it.
It's just terrifying to see the damage that this thing did as it made its way, especially through Arabi. You know, that gentleman was talking about how the house next door to him was a 4,000 square foot house. These are not what are typically vulnerable to tornadoes and high winds, mobile homes. These are full structures that have been just flattened like a pancake by this storm. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that as we reach the daylight hours tomorrow, and as we really come to grips with what this tornado has done.
All right, well, we're going to go to Devin Bartolotta right now with Councilmember Oliver Thomas in the lower Ninth Ward. The lower Ninth Ward already been dealt so many blows, and right now another one with this tornado that is hitting that area. Devin.
Yeah, Katie and Charisse, I'm here with Councilman Oliver Thomas. He's been kind of surveying the area. For reference here, we're at Claiborne and Tupelo, and it is so dark out here right now.
It's super dark, man. It's remnant of, gosh, some of the stuff I saw during Katrina right now. Been driving the lower 9, doing some assessments. Don't see a lot of devastation just yet, but it's so dark you really can't tell. I see some wind damage, some stuff blown around. Lights are out here. People are real scared. I mean, my family property I grew up in is right over here. I'm getting ready to go do an assessment of that, as well as check on some neighbors down here. But I'm understanding, man, that our neighbors in Arabi and Chalmette are potentially hit very hard. So talk to some folk. We're ready to go assist them as soon as this thing is clear.
Yeah, it seems like the big headline from at least this neighborhood is the lights being out, and the street lights and also the traffic lights as well being out.
Yeah, street lights, traffic lights out. Gonna do a little more riding, hopefully use the bright lights, go back towards the Bayou Bienvenue area, closer to the border with Arabi in the lower 9 on Dubarrell Street, and hopefully that's okay. But thank God that it looks like right now the most we have is a little wind damage, power outage, and some utility issues.
Can you tell us where all you have surveyed already in the lower ninth?
Yeah, absolutely. From the Claiborne Bridge, right there around Tennessee Street, parts of the Upper Nine, over near the Holy Cross area, around St. Claude, and here at Tupelo and Canal. Tupelo and Claiborne. This is my last stop until I go what we call back of town, back by Bayou Avenue. But it's so dark. I was waiting on my nephew Otis to drive back there with me.
So you've got some to still look at. Have you heard from any of your constituents that they've said that they've got damage or anything yet?
No, not just yet. I've heard from some family members. You know, people are saying, hey, look, the power's out. I talked to a couple of friends who said the power's out, but no one has talked about falling roofs or major damage to property. But like you said earlier, it's really still too dark, man. This is it's pitch black out here. So hopefully the bright lights will help as we do further assessments. And, you know, prayerfully and thankfully, hopefully we didn't get any severe damage, but we're also hopeful and prayerful for our friends and our neighbors in Chalmette and Arabi.
Yeah, it seems like this area really skirted by this one because, you know, just to the east you've got horrible devastation.
Well, you know, that's the thing about a tornado. You and I were talking about that earlier. You know, I was going to come earlier because, you know, that's what I do. You know, I've been through this stuff before. And my wife asked me, you know, family say, look, just at least wait until it passes through because the tail of a tornado can kind of jump around. But no, I'm really hopeful that there's not much damage other than utility and power outage.
All right, anything that you want to tell people in this area tonight? Yeah. Oh, maybe stop at the stop sign.
Yeah, just tell people the lights are out, man. Be careful. Yeah. You know, stay inside if you're inside. Call us tomorrow if you need some help. The city, I've talked to Council President Marino and a lot of my colleagues in the region. Senator Joe Bowie called. He's actually been in conversation with Senator Richmond and our people at the White House. We're on top of this, and we're looking forward to clearing so we can at least have some daylight to do an assessment and hope that our neighbors and friends in Chalmette and Arabi aren't hit too hard.
All right, Councilman, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that was Councilman Oliver Thomas giving us the rundown on what he has seen in the lower 9th Ward. The big thing from this area to keep in mind is that it is so dark. There are no street lights, there are no traffic lights, and you saw almost an accident right behind our interview here because someone did not stop at the four-way stop. So keep that in mind as you're driving. Drive slowly, stop at an out street light as if it is a four-way stop, and just be very careful out here, especially if you're out assessing your property or driving. Either of those things, definitely just take it easy and take your time. We're going to send it back to you all in the studio now.
All right, that's some good advice. You know, we heard from Colin Arnold earlier, who's of course the emergency management director for the city of New Orleans, that many of the injuries that we see in situations like this are things that happen after the storm moves through. People trying to assess the damage when it's dark, they can't see, they touch a live power line and they get electrocuted. Unfortunately, we have not seen that happen at this point. So far, no reports of injuries miraculously, and no reports of any deaths, at least at this hour. And we're hoping that it stays that way as we continue our coverage of this severe weather event and these multiple tornadoes that have touched down in multiple areas across the metro New Orleans area.
What's really interesting is we were very fortunate, and I know that there was some damage that they said in the New Orleans East area around Pressburg. He mentioned off of Reed Boulevard, off of Chef Mentor Highway, but we were fortunate that we didn't have that much damage and that many injuries, or we don't have as many power outages except in the lower 9 area where you just saw there. So they're diverting some of our resources to surrounding parishes to help people that need that extra assistance, and that's in places like Arabi where we had Brooke Kirchhoffer, where we saw that house that, I mean, and just hearing that man's story a little bit earlier, hopefully we posted that story on Facebook. You have to listen to it, just him being inside of that home with his child as this storm was passing over and making it out safely. And that home was leveled, destroyed. They were standing in the area that was supposed to be a sideway entrance of the home that is not there anymore.
Right. They were talking about where they were in the house, and they were outside standing on tile floors. You could not see anything around them, no walls left. It is by some miracle he and his 5-year-old boy made it out of this without any injuries, which is miraculous in itself. They need to be saying a little prayer of thanks tonight, because that it truly is miraculous to see.
But it seems like the message is clear from all parish leaders to just stay off the roads right now. I know that some people in these situations like to try to survey the damage themselves, maybe give your family member a phone call rather than driving out there, because you don't know exactly what you're driving into or what you're stepping on. You saw there in the lower 9th Ward, very dark in that area, very dark in all of the areas that have been impacted by this severe weather. And you don't want to be in a situation where you have police that have to assist you or help you in those situations, and diverting those resources back to help someone who may be possibly hurt when they could be helping someone in a search and rescue effort. Right now, we're taking a live look. I think this is this in Arabi right now? We have a live camera that is over in Arabi that has been surveying the damage in that area. We've seen some pretty large trees snapped like twigs that are snapped in half. We've seen cars that have been damaged, that have had trees fallen on them, and it looks like hail that possibly could have crashed into the windshields. Power lines that you're witnessing right now that are down, and a lot of people that are just standing outside, just kind of coming out and taking a look at all of the damage and the aftermath of this storm that literally hit in a matter of seconds.
It seems like people are really shell-shocked at this point.
Right.
They can't really comprehend or fully take in what exactly they've been through, because it just happened. They're just now seeing what's been done to their homes. You know, these obviously are areas that have been hit by hurricanes in recent months and years. And of course, you go all the way back to Katrina and St. Bernard, and there were very few buildings that were not flooded in that storm. So, you know, these are people who have been through a lot over the last decade and plus, and to see this happen in Arabi, an area that's really seen as pretty significant revitalization in recent years. There's been some good economic development happening down there. There are some historic areas of Arabi that unfortunately sound like they may have also been damaged by this tornado. And
look at that.
When we look at these cars that have so much damage, look at there's a car seat in that car. There's a home that you can see right there on your screen right now. The damage from the debris alone is shocking when you see what those projectiles have done to different homes, to different cars, the damage that just pieces of flying wood have caused, and the force that it must have taken to jam those things into metal. Is just, you can't even really wrap your mind around it.
Well, the state fire marshal also just tweeted out that the United States Army Reserve have teams right now from New Orleans and in Baton Rouge. They have teams that have been dispatched to the tornado affected areas. They're conducting again, and we heard Parish President Guy McGinnis mention this, search and rescue operations, and they're already on site, especially in places like we're watching a live look right now in Arabi, giving teams intel and a direction for response. But it is just chilling to watch all of this video and just to watch all of this happen.
And look at this, Therese. Look at this house. So you see this house that's still standing. It's next to one that appears to have been severely damaged. And it just shows you that classic hopscotch pattern that tornadoes take whenever they make their way through populated areas. I mean, you can see some debris, some parts of the roof of that house that is torn off, but like, look right there next to it. Look at the extent of the damage of that house next door. It is unfathomable the amount of damage that could have happened in that short period of time. And the fact that we had some people who were home in many of these places is just nothing short of a miracle that they've made it out unscathed.
And they have a lot of people. They said, again, no severe injuries, nothing that we're hearing of in regards to severe injuries. And so far, we have no confirmed reports of any fatalities in our area. So far, it seems as though there is a lot of debris that is in the area, a lot of damage to homes in particular areas, and in the lower 9th Ward and New Orleans East as well, and that kind of pocket of our community. So much so that, again, Orleans Parish has diverted their resources to help all of the surrounding areas with anything they might need. And we're already hearing from the governor in regards to the storms. We're hearing from the parish officials, and we're also hearing from people that we just heard from someone that mentioned that Oliver Thomas actually mentioned that they spoke with Cedric Richmond, who checked down here to make sure that everyone was doing okay. So obviously we're going to continue to follow along with this, take a look at this video of the storm as it was going by, of this tornado in Arabi. And this is one of our first looks that we saw confirming this tornado hitting that area.
I can't even imagine what it was like for people to look out their back door, front door, whichever door that was or window, and see that bearing down on St. Bernard Parish. And now we know the power and the strength. Not quite the magnitude yet. The National Weather Service is going to have to assess the damage tomorrow to be able to say just how strong that tornado was. But we did hear from Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin a little earlier, who said that he felt like there was a strong possibility this tornado could have been as strong as EF2 or EF3, which we have not seen tornadoes of that magnitude in recent years in the metropolitan New Orleans area, going through a highly populated area like St. Bernard Parish is.
And Chris, you have been following this. I mean, you said that this was coming towards Texas, and we thought that we could have possibly, and at least this is just coming from me, I thought that we could have possibly been in the clear. But yeah.
I was just kind of joking with my wife that we were starting to kind of settle down for the rest of the evening, and we were kind of going in.
I don't know if we can hear you yet. Can we get Chris's mic open so we can talk to him for a second about his thoughts on how this storm played out? Apparently we're going to chat with him in just a minute about the magnitude of this thing and how we thought we were in the clear, like Cherise just said. The storm appeared to have been weakening, and then all of a sudden these couplets that appeared on the radar, very strong indicators of rotation. And Chris was like, then those tornado warnings started popping up, and we even had, which hardly ever happens, we had on the radar a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service.
Right. When Chris
that
said
never
it,
happens.
I thought that I didn't hear him correctly when he mentioned it. I was sitting in here when the alert popped up for Chris, and I thought that we were all in the clear again. But Chris, you mentioned that this just came out of nowhere, and it just escalated, and it escalated extremely quickly.
No, and that's the problem. If I'm on yet?
Yeah.
All right, there we are. All right, yeah, that's the problem with tornadic storms. That was something that was certainly well advertised. It was well forecasted over the last several days. One of those, counting all your chickens before they hatched, it looked like this line was going to be fairly benign as it moved through southeast Louisiana. It really didn't look like we were going to see much. A lot of the dynamics, the ingredients for tornadic storms was beginning to move away from us. And certainly as far as an outbreak goes, we did not see that. However, the two tornadoes that we did see and have confirmed for southeast Louisiana, we would call them long duration. In other words, they stayed on the ground for a very long period of time. Typically, a lot of times, if you kind of think back to some of the tornadoes that we have confirmed after Weather Service folks do some surveys, they tend to last for a mile, maybe at the most, mile and a half at the very longest. This was not that. This was a much longer duration tornado, and I was kind of giving some initial thoughts on the strength of the tornado, saying maybe EF2, maybe 3. Just based on what we have seen so far in Arabi, the lower 9, maybe not as much on the West Bank, Jefferson Parish, but certainly as it crossed into parts of Orleans and St. Bernard, it leads me to believe it is at least an EF3 or greater, just with a car flipped, a house leveled. Again, the survey damage is what determines the strength of a tornado, not like many other weather type phenomena where we base it on wind speeds at the moment. This is all kind of an estimate after the fact. Unfortunately, that's how these are assessed. We can only do so much based on our technology. And something that I've been kind of working on that we're going to show you here coming up on our Eyewitness News at 10, which I can show you now, is this is kind of just a look back at the rotation of the tornado. This is when it really started to show up on our velocities, where you're starting to get the bright greens to darker greens showing up on velocities. And as we put this into motion, really started to kind of not explode in strength, but really get better organized as it was approaching Jean Lafitte. This is about when we had that first warning issue. This has actually been a storm that I'd started talking about well before, as it was moving from cutoff and was showing some broad circulation. But we had seen several thunderstorms today show some broad circulation that never really had amounted to much of anything. But that's why each one of these needs to be taken seriously, and why we're not crying wolf when we talk about that the environment is primed. Typically for southeast Louisiana, even when the environment is primed for tornadic storms, more often than not, I don't know what the percentages are, but more often than not, we don't see anything. It's just our environment for tornadic storms is very, very complicated. This far south with the influences of the Gulf of Mexico, it's just a very complex forecast, and usually we don't see tornadic storms. And if we do, they tend not to last for very long. Typically, you get some rotation, maybe several passes of the radar, and then that's about it. But this one continued. This is right at about 7 o'clock, approaching Jean Lafitte. It was really around Estelle that couplet started to just kind of scream out that something is going on here. As it continued through the West Bank, Marrero, Tarrytown, it was really showing up. And then this is just before it crossed into Arabi, the lower 9. So it was right about at this point that you had that. And notice, this is from, again, 7 o'clock. I'm going to rewind this here. 7 o'clock, it is still down near La Rose. At 7:30, just about 7:30, it's almost onto the East Bank. So this storm was moving very quickly, and folks were describing the damage having occurred in seconds. That's exactly what it was. This was moving at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. This tornado was booking it. The damage is almost instantaneous when these tornadoes push through. This is not something we tend to see in southeast Louisiana very often at all, thank goodness. Really, you have to go back to the 2017 EF3 tornado out in New Orleans East, the last time we had one of these strong, long duration type tornadoes. We do not get them very often. It ends up being, somewhat within every 4 or 5 years within these type of outbreaks or these type of events that we do see these tornadoes. As it continued, again, jumping the river, moved onto the East Bank, through Arabi, the lower 9, as it continued into New Orleans East, again, had some reports of minor damage that will be assessed in New Orleans East, but it's around this point that we started to kind of lose that couplet, and it looked like that's about where the tornado terminated. We are getting word in from the National Weather Service office that they're going to actually be sending several teams to begin the damage assessment tomorrow morning. It may take them a couple of days to complete the survey, but we will start to know exactly where this tornado started, about how wide the tornado was, and start getting some preliminary data on just how strong it possibly was. Again, it is all based on the damage, and just what I'm seeing so far, I would say it is at least an EF3, if not an EF4. Something else that's interesting that we have the ability to detect on radar is debris. We can actually see as debris is being picked up by a tornado and lifted into the atmosphere. And we started to see maybe, and I know this is actually one of the products that I struggled with in school to try and figure out what exactly I'm looking at. So what you're seeing here is some maybe minor debris being picked up by the tornado. And again, you don't really see any kind of a debris field even as it approached Estelle. So on the West Bank, didn't see a lot of that being lifted into the air until it started to approach beyond Marrero and toward Tarrytown. That's where you don't see this red coloring. You see the different pixelated imagery here. That is showing where debris is actually being lifted into the storm, and you really see that kind of explode from Arabi and the lower 9. So it is definitely, just based on the debris field, we'll likely see the worst of the damage maybe beyond Tarrytown and toward Arabi and the lower 9. That appears to be, just based on the debris signature, where we probably saw the most and the worst of the damage. Of course, the assessments are literally just beginning. We're only now 2 hours removed from when the tornado was over St. Bernard and the lower 9 earlier this evening. So we are just now getting kind of the initial reports of the damage from the West Bank as well as on the East Bank. But just based on the debris signature here, it definitely looks like the worst of it was from Arabi and the lower 9. And you kind of see that field kind of go kind of crazy. We lost the visibility, or the velocities here. So what looks to be just kind of an explosion. Again, some maybe minor damage out toward the Little Woods area, parts of New Orleans East, but it looks like by that point, the tornado was probably weakening a bit. And as we did see from some videos that I shared, it does look like as well on the West Bank, and we kind of confirmed that from Ricky Templet, that it looked like it was kind of doing a little bit of jumping. So this may not have been on the ground the entire time. It looks like it might have done a little bit of jumping, and then unfortunately jumped right onto the Arabi and lower 9 part of the city earlier this evening, actually just about 2 hours ago.
Chris, since you have that debris field up right now, one of the areas that is in that circle is the New Orleans East area.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. We're starting to kind of lose some of the resolution here, so it definitely looks like there was some debris here. And then if I switch back over to the velocities, which again kind of shows you what the winds are doing within the storm as well, we kind of started to lose it here, but it certainly was, if not on the ground, that rotation was still there, because beyond Arabi, north of Chalmette, as the storm moved into the Little Woods area around Michoud, you started to lose that resolution. But it certainly, there was something still there, whether or not it was a tornado on the ground or just the kind of broad structure of the thunderstorm still affecting those folks. And we did get some, at least not confirmed reports, of maybe some minor damage around Reed earlier this evening.
Erica Ferrando is on the ground actually in New Orleans East for us tonight, and we want to go out to her because we haven't really gotten a good look at what New Orleans East has suffered. So Erica, what can you tell us? What are you seeing where you are?
Katie, we are right off Chef Mantour Highway. We're just about 2 blocks from Reed Boulevard, and we're mostly seeing just a lot of debris. Power lines down. This whole area has lost power. Look at this massive power pole that is just completely bent over. You can see it is just a mess with debris. And we've been speaking to some of the residents out here. They're telling us that they're thankfully not hearing of any injuries or anything like that, but they are experiencing a big mess. I'm here with Miss Juanita Carruth, and she's been living here for years and said she is now witnessing and experiencing this for the second time. This is the area that the tornado came through about 5 years ago. A lot of these residents rebuilt, and now they're going to have to rebuild parts of their homes again. Miss Juanita, talk about what you experienced. You said you were home with your 2 youngest little girls.
Yes.
Talk about what happened.
Oh, I was home with 2 of my daughters, and we didn't notice that the tornado was coming over us. It went completely silent. We didn't hear a freight train sound or anything. I just heard the that line that's down there. We heard the transformer go out, and I told my daughters, I said, hey, listen, let's get in a tub and let's put the mattress over our head. So I just heard something just slam against my home. And that's how I know the tornado was over us.
Y'all are all okay?
We are safe, yes.
Talk about what damage you have to your home. You said it's a little more significant for you than it was back in 2017,
Yes.
But talk about what you're having to experience now.
When we walked out, this is my home, if you want to walk, if we can walk that way. This is the front porch of my home where you see the pillars are down. And it took down the fencing that's around it. This is under the carport, that's my car, and the pillars is coming down in front of my vehicle and on the side. So we have some damage here. The first tornado didn't even do this type of damage. It was more of the roof. But now all of this have to be replaced. But by the grace, we most definitely are safe. My family is okay. But I mean, these are things. Life is more important. Life is more important.
I can't imagine how you were feeling. You said your husband was driving home from work and you were just home with your youngest daughter.
I was crying. I don't want to get emotional because this brought more trauma from the first experience and going through a lot of the things that we've been through for the last couple of years. So this most definitely was scary. I don't wish this on anyone. This was heartbreaking for my neighbors and my family.
And to give us an idea of how strong the wind was, I want to walk over to this vehicle over here. This is your father's vehicle that we're looking at across the street. And our photojournalist Derek Waldrop can give you a better look of the windows are smashed in. The car is, obviously that's not how it was parked. You said this was parked across the street in front of your house.
Yes, it was. The car was parked in front of my house right here under this tree. And we didn't even notice that it was gone until I looked across the street and my baby said, hey, Mom, Papa's car is across the street. And I was like, oh my God, I just took my head and I just grabbed it and I was like, this could have gone into my neighbor's home. I don't know what the tornado did, but I know it just lifted it. It lifted it and it brought it over here. But by the grace, there was no damage to her home.
Wow. Have you been talking to your neighbors? What are they telling you?
Yes.
Everyone is thankfully okay?
Yes, they are okay, but of course they're traumatized. They're traumatized by this experience once again, and it's very scary. And then it happened at night. The first tornado was during the daytime, so it was much more scarier. It most definitely was.
How does what you're seeing now compare to that?
I don't like either site at all. The first tornado was worse, but nothing compared to just bringing the trauma back up. That I think that's kind of what's happening with us. It's just the shock that it happened again, and also bringing those old feelings and experiences back up. I'm just at a point to where I want to sell our home and leave, but I know you can't run because it's happening everywhere. It's just I'm that afraid. I have high anxiety about tornadoes.
Well, you did the right thing. You got in a safe spot with your girls. You even put a mattress on top of you.
Yes, I put a mattress on top of me and my girl's head because guess what? I know there's experienced meteorologists that will tell us, hey, get in your safe space, buckle down, and protect your head. So I already know. I was like, hey, girls, let's grab these mattresses and let's put them on top of our head in the event that something falls.
And this is your neighbor's house, and you said that all of the windows in their cars busted out, you believe, from the wind, from the tornado.
Oh, yeah, it was most definitely from the tornado, but I believe the white vehicle got the bulk of the damage versus her gold vehicle. So, yeah. And these are my elderly neighbors. They've been through this before, and, of course, they're shaken up about it.
What are they telling you? How are they doing now?
They're doing okay, but again, it's just bringing that the anxiety back up. And these people are in the late 80s and mid 90s, so you know, it's scary for them. But we made sure that we checked on them. They're doing fine.
Right. And your home is still livable, so y'all will be okay to stay there for now and just have to fix up a lot of it.
Yeah, I talked to my insurance company already. They reached out. My old realtor who helped me bought the home, she reached out to me because we had this experience before. So they're on it, and I appreciate them.
Well, thank you. Is there anything else you want people watching to know about what y'all experienced here tonight?
Just be safe and do not take these tornadoes lightly. They are serious. This is my second time experiencing this tornado. It's very scary.
Miss Juanita, thank you so much. And we have been seeing, as we've been kind of driving around this area, we've been seeing Entergy trucks and a few emergency responders out. It looks like they are trying to kind of just assess where the power is out. I know on parts of Chef, the power is still on, just based on what we've been seeing when we've been driving, but at least for several blocks in this area, we know that the power is all out. For now, we'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, Erica, thank you. You know, it was interesting hearing from that woman who talked about that 2017 tornado, which was really devastating for New Orleans East. Sounds like it wasn't as bad tonight, but still equally terrifying, especially for people who have lived this before.
And if you think about where that tornado hit in that area, it is the streets that they're naming, it's sort of in the same vicinity of where that 2017 tornado hit. And this is something that she mentioned, that we're not used to this. A lot of people who are new to our city, this is not something that we deal with or have to deal with on a normal basis. And with this level of the strength of this tornado, this is something that definitely is scary for a lot of us, and it shocked a lot of us as it happened.
Yeah, and we also want to bring to you tonight that we do have some breaking news on this situation. We did confirm that one person has died in Arabi as a result of the tornado that ripped through St. Bernard Parish. Parish President Guy McInnes confirming that to us here at the Channel 4 newsroom. And just a tragic situation there. We saw a number of homes in that area that were just flattened by this tornado.
Extensive damage.
They mentioned that they had to conduct some rescues in bathrooms of people who were trapped inside of their homes. Just a terrifying night tonight, and unfortunately a deadly one for some of the people, at least one in St. Bernard.
And we heard from St. Bernard Parish Sheriff Jim Pullman, and he mentioned that there were multiple injuries, but he did not know of any very drastic injuries, and we're hoping that it stays that way for the residents in that parish. But again, you have one person that did die because of this line of storms, and in a few minutes, actually in about 10 minutes, on Eyewitness News at 10, hopefully we're going to hear live from them to give us an update on the recovery efforts right now, immediately after this storm. Obviously, this is the very beginning stages, and we're going to know more, of course, as daylight breaks.
Yes, and I just want to clarify here. Apparently, he didn't confirm it to the Channel 4 newsroom. He confirmed it to our partners at NOLA.com, which, you know, is an equally great source for that information. But it's just tragic tonight that someone lost their life in this just awful storm system that came through our area after doing so much damage in areas west of here in Texas and in other states before it made its way through the metro New Orleans area, which, you know, we knew there was a possibility that this could happen. We were hearing from the Weather Service that the warning signs and that, as our meteorologists like to say, all the ingredients were in place in order for something like this to happen. You just don't think it's going to happen in such a populated metropolitan area. And, you know, it always could. You just hope it doesn't.
You know, and honestly, as we mentioned earlier, we saw signs of it weakening.
Yeah.
So in a sense, well, and I know that Chris was standing by, but for you and I, we both sort of let our guards down because we thought that this was going to pass over. It wasn't going to impact us. And just in a matter of seconds, minutes rather, this situation completely changed. And we heard everyone say the same thing, that they were inside of their homes and it just was a matter of seconds before it came down. And it didn't stay down and go across and mow across several homes. You can tell just by the way that these homes are damaged and the way that some homes are flattened and homes that are right behind them or right beside them are still standing with only debris damage, that this tornado really kind of hopped around.
And it's interesting, Sharice, because, you know, we always hear that cliche.
Right.
You hear the freight train coming through whenever it's a tornado. I've covered so many storms, even one in New Orleans East, you know, several years ago, about 10 years ago.
Right.
I covered another tornado that had hit New Orleans East, and again, sounded like a freight train. Well, in this situation, we're hearing from people both in Arabi and the East that it didn't, that it was silent, that they were hearing the rain pounding their houses. Then all of a sudden it got silent. And then that's when it got bad. That's when they would start to hear glass shattering. One woman in the East described it sounding like something was just thrown into the side of her house. And then we saw after she was able to come out of the bathroom with her girls, they went into a tub, covered themselves up with a mattress, came outside, and then were able to really assess the damage and see that something actually did hit their house.
Well, Chris, we were sitting inside here and we heard some pretty powerful rain that was coming down and powerful storms that were coming down. So, you know, it's easy for you to miss exactly when that tornado was passing through that area, right? Or through our area even.
No, correct. Within some of this, and actually we can go back to, Ned, you're bringing that up. Let's kind of play with one of our graphics here. I was showing you kind of that past velocities. We were going back in time a little bit towards 7 o'clock to show you where those velocities were. So this is what I was showing just a little while ago, kind of giving you an idea of where those storms were. So if we can take this, and I'm going to, on the fly here, switch it from velocities, and I'm going to switch it over to, let's see if I can find where it is, and I'm going to switch it over to reflectivity, which is what you would normally see when we're talking about rain on radar. And also going back to the reflectivity, I'm going to switch this over to Slidell, and I'm going to keep circled where the tornado was, so you can clearly see where the tornado was. So again, it's moving toward the northeast. So if you're in this position, here's the tornado. Right up to the point that the tornado is moving in your direction, you're embedded within some very intense rain, so you don't hear and you don't see anything coming your way. And that was the case throughout the entirety of this storm. This was always kind of on this individual cell. The tornado is finding itself in the southeastern corner of it. That is typical of more supercell type tornadic storms. That's not something we see very often in southeast Louisiana. So Jean Lafitte, as the tornado was moving in your direction, you're embedded within all of this heavy rainfall, strong winds. That was the case throughout the course of this. Now, thankfully, didn't hear of too many reports. And again, as we kind of look at this map here, from LaRose toward almost Jean Lafitte, it's really marsh, so it's not going to affect anyone. As it approached Estelle, that's when we start to see some damage being reported and started to get those reports of damage. As it approached Tarrytown, again, here's the tornado, but as it is in your path, you're within all of this heavy rainfall, so kind of pushing this a little bit forward. You know, for Tarrytown, as I'm saying, it's over Estelle, Marrero, Tarrytown. Get into your safe room right now. You don't see or hear anything coming your way because you're embedded within that heavy rain. So that's why I was saying, for so many folks that think, I'm gonna wait. Once I see it or once I hear it, then I know I can go in. You may not have that opportunity, and these folks certainly did not have that opportunity. So again, our technology is in such a way that even if there has not been a tornado confirmed, in other words, someone has visually seen it, our technology is good enough that we can detect when a tornado is nearly likely on the ground. Maybe not necessarily all the time 100%, but certainly in this case, it was 100% confirmed. As that continued toward northeast Arabi, again, this is in Tarrytown, so here's the tornado at the moment. It is moving toward Arabi and the lower 9. You are embedded within heavy, heavy rainfall. You see nothing coming your way. You would have had to have been on either side of the rain shaft of the cell itself to have been able to see that tornado as it approached. If you're in Arabi, you're not filming, you're not videoing anything. You'd have to be, and I got a lot of images from Chalmette or from the city looking back toward that storm. That's where you were able to see the tornado moving toward the northeast. So up to the point of it approaching the west bank, the river, and then jumping onto the east bank. By the time it's here, it is too late. You are not going to have visually seen it. You are not going to hear anything. Even as strong as this tornado looks like it will end up being classified, possibly a 3 or a 4, it's based on some of the imagery that I'm seeing coming. And the imagery, I will say, just for a lot of folks' mental health, sometimes you kind of need to take a break. A lot of these images are coming in. This has only been 2 hours removed from with this tornado moving over Arabi and St. Bernard. And again, not forgetting any of the folks across the West Bank, the damage on the West Bank has appeared to be so far far less than what we have seen in Arabi and the lower 9, at least so far. But it looks like that will end up being the case, that the worst of it is once the tornado jumped onto the East Bank. That looks to be where some of the worst damage will have been confirmed. And so maybe sometimes you kind of need to just take a step back. A lot of images coming in, a lot of folks sharing all that imagery. Yes, we're trying to get all the information out there to kind of help those that are assessing the damage, folks that live in these areas that are now trying to assess what they need to do. But sometimes you just need to take a step back. And again, if there is any positive news, is that let's look at radar right now. Most of our tornado watch has been expired. The rest of the evening is looking quiet, and it looks like for the rest of the night we will have settled weather and a actually gorgeous stretch of weather looking ahead for the rest of this week and into the coming weekend. We will have a full look at that forecast coming up on Eyewitness News at 10. For now, weather is settling. Still lower Plaquemines Parish where we have some of the ongoing rainfall, but that is pushing offshore, and so the severe threat for our viewing area is ended.
Eyewitness News begins with breaking news.
And of course, that breaking news, a trail of tornadoes that ripped through southeast Louisiana tonight. At least one person in Arabi has died, according to the St. Bernard Parish Sheriff and our partners at NOLA.com. This one went through the Arabi area around 8 tonight. The tornado is responsible for damaging a number of homes there, some of them leveled. You can see the twister blowing a number of transformers, leaving thousands of people in the dark.
No, it's not. It's going to miss us.
Oh my God. Oh God, please.
Just terrifying. Take a look at this. It's video of the tornado passing by a home in Arabi. Absolutely frightening.
And that's a video that we have been seeing all this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. And good evening, everyone. Thank you for watching. I'm Katie Moore.
And I'm Cherise Gibson. Right now, we are currently standing by waiting to hear from parish officials about the extent of the damage in that area. As Katie just mentioned at the top of our show, unfortunately, one person has died after that tornado, that string of storms that you just saw there, passed through the Arabi area.
Yeah, it's been a continuing coverage all night long because of the areas that were hit by multiple tornadoes here in the metro New Orleans area. One of those areas is New Orleans East in Orleans Parish, and Erica Ferrando is joining us live tonight in the East, where we have seen a number of families who had to get into those secure areas of their homes and just had a terrifying night with some significant damage.
Hey, Katie. Yes. Well, we have been in this area just about a block from Chef Mantour and a couple blocks from Reed Boulevard. And this is kind of what we're seeing in a lot of these areas. You can see this tree that is down here, and you can see that it's on this car, and we are thankfully hearing from people who live in the area that they are not hearing of any reported injuries from their neighbors. We just spoke with a woman about a block away from here who said that she heard the tornado coming. She got her 2 youngest daughters, got in their safe spot. She said they even put a mattress on top of them and heard the whirling tornado as it passed over her home. She does have some damage, but thankfully her home is still livable. And she was explaining to us that they are now having to deal with this for a second time. This area was also hit by the tornado 5 years ago. She said for her personally, it was not as severe. It was not as severe, but for some of her neighbors, they are having to rebuild parts of their home. We've been speaking with some people out here who just say that it's traumatizing to experience something like this again. We are going to continue speaking with some people out here and bring you the latest from out here in New Orleans East, especially in these neighborhoods that are now hit a second time. For now, live from New Orleans East, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Erica, thank you. It has to be devastating for them to have to go through that again. And, you know, this tornado did not just hit New Orleans East, it hit a lot of areas in the metro area.
We have Mike McDaniel standing by live right now, where there was some significant damage in Gretna as well. And Mike even saw pictures of people that say a vehicle, a large van, was tossed across the street.
Yeah, and that van is actually over here to my right. We'll get to that in just a moment. But right now, the neighborhood is just in the dark right now. But when you talk about good news out of this, here on the West Bank in Jefferson Parish, at least, there are no reported injuries. So it's a very good news there. Just some damage to power poles. Like you can see, the one behind me is kind of leaning over. All the electrical wires are hanging, some through the trees, some are draped across the street down here. Where we are on Clare Avenue, it's blocked off. So we're safe where we are because there were some down poles or downed wires in those areas. As far as we can look, it's just in the dark. There are pockets of neighborhoods out here that are in the dark, no power. They all say it started around 7:30 when they walked out, or they started seeing these storm clouds kind of gather, and a couple of people walked outside and they said it looked like a hurricane to them is what it looked like, and then they just started seeing flashes, that of course being some of the transformers blowing, and then out went the power. Now the van that I spoke with, this actually belongs to the person across the street, but I think we're taking a look at video right now. This is video that I was just given about 10 minutes ago. This is the tornado here in Gretna. This is how it kind of all started. That video is taken from a perspective of behind where we are right now, looking towards where we are. So that's the video you're seeing right there. You see the tornado kind of form, touches down a little bit, then it kind of dissipates and goes on about its way. But the van that you mentioned, Charisse, is this one over here to my right. It's this white van. It belongs to the man across the street behind our videographer, Whitney Hill, right here. He said he had come out of his house to try and move it. He was going to move it to a safe place because he wasn't sure if the tree that it was near would hold up or if it would fall on the van. And as soon as he went outside, that's when he said it was like hell broke loose. The van just went spinning. He doesn't know what hit it. He ran back out inside. Another car that was in the driveway started spinning, and that was kind of like that up and down here on Clare Avenue. Just folks just trying to put all of this together. I spoke with one of the homeowners here. Her name is Denise Dufresne, and she kind of ran me through the process of what was going on, and she is actually the wife of the man who owns that van.
My husband was going to go move his work van across the street closer to the house because we didn't know if the tree would get hit with the high winds. And when he stepped outside to move the van, he got to the sidewalk and he looked up and he could just see the tornado coming. He ran inside and we jetted off of the bathroom. And when we walked outside, it was the worst noise I've ever heard in my life. It was just devastation. We just finished fixing our house from the hurricane, and it's totally damaged again. His van was pushed and torn apart, the front of it. I don't know what hit it, My car in my driveway was pushed sideways. His truck was pushed into the street. He moved it back. It was just so devastating.
And a lot of folks in that position that the Dufresnes are in, you know, fixing a home after Hurricane Ida, trying to make those necessary repairs that they need now. They say they're going to have to fight with insurance again over damage from this tornado that they are having to deal with. So they're a little frustrated. They're actually right behind us here. They're packing up some clothes, packing up some items. They're going to go stay with some family down in Lafourche. They have power, so they'll have a place to rest tonight because everywhere we are right now, no power. And last check with the Parish, there's no major structural damage that we've been told about. And Entergy, of course, hasn't really given a timeline as to when power will be restored out here in the Gretna area. Of course, there's also some pockets in Terrytown and a little further to our west over in Harvey as well. So that's where we are. That's what the situation is out here on Clare Avenue in Gretna. Reporting live from Jefferson Parish, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
All right, Mike, thank you. A devastating and terrifying night for so many people in the metro area, and this is why. We have videos that we're seeing that we've received from you out there showing exactly what it is that did so much damage tonight. This is one of those videos of this tornado. This is the one that went through Arabi in St. Bernard Parish, caused so much damage and took one life tonight.
And something that you just said, hit after hit. You just heard this woman earlier that Mike McDaniel just spoke with who said that I just repaired my home after Hurricane Ida, and now you have the damage from this tornado and this string of storms that went through our community. And Chris, you know, even though we saw the system, we knew that this was coming. It actually, right now, we're going to go take a live look right now over at a press conference that is happening, I believe, in St. Bernard Parish, giving us an update.
Parish President Guy McInnes standing there right now waiting to give the latest on the situation that he's dealing with. We spoke with him earlier live during our coverage, and you know, he's a little shell-shocked at what exactly his parish is going through right now. He confirmed to me just a little while ago that one person did in fact die, and you can see Sheriff Jimmy Pullman standing to Guy McInnes's right, waiting to give us an update on the rescues that they had to carry out tonight, the help that they are hoping to get from the state of Louisiana. He said he spoke with Governor John Bell Edwards earlier and that the governor has promised some support. So let's take a listen.
My name is Guy McInnes, St. Bernard Parish President. We've had a tornado land in Arabi here in St. Bernard Parish. From the south side to the north side, we have widespread damage. We have a lot going on tonight. Our first responders and our deputies are out there doing a great job. So before we get into anything more said, I want to turn this over to our Sheriff Pullman. Sheriff?
Thank you, President McInnes. Earlier this evening, we had a tornado touchdown again in Arabi, as everybody knows. It started right across the river and then went northbound all the way up to the marsh area located behind Carolyn Park subdivision. There's widespread damage from where it touched down in the old Arabi area and Friscoville area, all the way up to the Carolyn Park and St. Clair Heights area. There's heavy damage to multiple structures in the area. They have multiple injuries in the area. Most has been transported to the hospital. It's been treated on the scene by first responders. The Sheriff's Department and the St. Bernard Fire Department made their initial response. They currently are still out in the field doing what's called a hasty search and rescue efforts right now, and as soon as we get some of the areas cleared up a little bit where it's safely to send more people out to do more of a thorough search, a grid search, which is likely to go into the early morning hours, we'll continue our search. Currently, we have the Louisiana State Police, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, the St. Bernard Fire Department, New Orleans Fire Department, Acadian EMS, New Orleans EMS, along with the state fire marshals, all assisting us in our efforts right now. It's going to go throughout the night and into the early morning hours. And I was just informed earlier there is one confirmed death as a result of this tornado touching down in the Arabi area. Okay.
Thank you, Sheriff. Just so you know, everyone knows, our Homeland Security Director John Ram is marshaling all of the resources throughout the state. Like the sheriff said, you know, they're coming to the parish right now. We're asking any community out there that's willing to help to call us first before you come. There's a lot that's going to be going on. The National Guard's here, the state police is here. We have units, first responder units from Baton Rouge. The support is overwhelming. We are setting up a shelter for citizens that were affected by the tornado. They need to call or seek a firefighter or a sheriff's deputy on the scene, and we have buses waiting to take you to a complex that will provide shelter for you or your family, or bring you to a family member. So this is going to be a long haul. We just got off the phone with the governor and his team at GOSEP. Tomorrow we will have a better assessment of all of the homes, the number of homes, the number of people affected, and we're going to make sure that we get all of the information on the injuries that were reported, brought to the hospital. We don't have all of that information yet, but like the sheriff said, we do have one confirmed death, and all of that information we can't give you at this time. So we have a lot of work going on, a lot of good people, making sure that our citizens are protected, making sure that our neighborhoods that were affected are going to be secure overnight and safe. Entergy, Atmos is on the scene, fixing as many problems as they see. Our thoroughfares have been cleared. I believe we can pass through Judge Perez and St. Claude at this time. Our road crews did a great job again, like they always do, but we're just asking all of the communities that want to help, all of the people that want to help, please contact us first, and we will give you direction of how you can help. So with that said, the sheriff and I will take some questions.
Where is the shelter?
The shelter is going to be at the Valeries complex, but I want to make sure that I reiterate that this is for families that were affected by the storm.
You said Valeries complex?
Valeries Sports Complex in St. Bernard Parish. Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us more information about the one person who died during the storm?
Not at this time.
Do you know how many families about were displaced?
We don't. We know it's widespread. We know that it's plenty, but we don't have an assessment on the number of homes at this time.
Can you tell me, if you had to guess the blocks or mile square area, what would you estimate the area that's been affected?
It's in the Arabi area, from south to north, from the river to the 40 Alpine levee, which is a couple of miles, Sheriff, would you say? And we have homes along that whole stretch that were severely damaged, some more than others. But like I said, we have a home that was lifted off its foundation and put into the middle of the street right around the corner from here. So it looked like it took pretty much a straight line, and we will have all of those assessments tomorrow morning, first thing.
Do y'all have any information? There might be an ongoing search right now for a young boy in one of the homes. Did y'all have any information or indicators on that? How that might be going?
We search it, and as we learn information, if anybody's missing, we make sure we do a thorough search of that area. But I have not had any reports of a young boy being missing right now.
You said from south to north, from the river to the levee.
Yes, ma'am.
Have any of your people had to rescue people from inside collapsed houses, or can you describe any of the rescue or search operations that have gone on?
Well, you can imagine, the type of damages you have to structures when a tornado passes through. But yeah, we had several rescues the fire department conducted.
In one particular neighborhood, or?
Mainly it was in the St. Claude Heights area and on Benjamin Street and those areas.
We had one rescue, a home that was actually picked up and came down in the middle of the street. Young girl was on a ventilator. Her father was looking for firefighters to come help, and they were already in there taking care of the young lady, and she's doing fine. But that's the one rescue that I saw happening on the scene.
That was it. the same house that got
Yes, sir.
relocated, and she was inside of it?
Yes, sir. The whole family was out. They were worried about the young girl, and they were...
She was on a ventilator?
She was on a ventilator. They were trying to find someone to help, and our firefighters were already in the home taking care of the young lady.
Do you know how long it took for the tornado to move through Arabi?
No, sir.
No, it seemed like it was a lot longer than it really was. I want to add to this, man. The local news and the weather coverage that you guys done was wonderful. The alerts that we got from the National Weather Service, you know, we had a heads up that it was coming. I was monitoring my radio when we were notified about it's going to touch down, and they already gave an estimate of maybe 11 minutes or something like that, and it was right on time. And when it hit, you know, we started getting not only observations from the deputies, but also multiple phone calls from residents who live in that area, confirming that a tornado did touch down.
Look, I want to say, and I know the sheriff feels the same way, the support from everyone right after, during, and up until now. You know, our governor, we spoke to our governor, we spoke to, had information from Cedric Richmond checking on us. Sheriff Pintos from Jefferson Parish is here tonight, coordinating with the sheriff. So it's overwhelming. It's going to be needed, and we have a long road ahead of us in this recovery. And I feel very confident that we're going to come out of this better than we were before.
Do we have an age on the fatality by any chance?
We have zero information on the fatality that we can share at this time.
Do you know how many people are hospitalized right now?
No, sir. We have multiple reports of people going to the hospital. We don't have a number or the severity of the injuries. And we'll have something tomorrow once we have a lot of this information. We will coordinate with the Sheriff's Department and have another conference or put out a statement.
And again, if you have no business being in the Arabi area, it's not a time to come back here and try to sightsee. You know, we're going to have plenty of deputies and law enforcement agencies up here patrolling the streets to make sure that everybody who don't belong up here stays out of here. And just listen to what we're telling you. You know, we don't want to have any problems with you, but our guys are going to engage you if you got no business back there.
This might be another question that it might be too early to tell. Any idea of a number of missing people?
We have no reports of missing people at this time.
All right, any other questions?
All right.
All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
That was St. Bernard Parish President Guy McInnes and St. Bernard Sheriff Jimmy Pullman holding a press conference tonight after a tornado ripped through the small community of Arabi in St. Bernard Parish. They confirmed that one person has died as a result of this tornado. Also confirmed that multiple injuries have been reported, both people treated at the scene by emergency workers and others taken to area hospitals. They did not know how many people have gone to the hospital. They were not able to talk about the severity of the injuries, but this is still a very active situation with some assistance from the Louisiana National Guard in town, and they're still conducting some of those search and rescue operations throughout Arabi as they try to just sift their way through these leveled homes.
And as expected, state police are here, first responders from Baton Rouge, all of them landing in St. Bernard Parish to assist with these efforts, and they say that they will know more, of course, at daybreak. Now, for the families, if you didn't have an opportunity to hear this, these are only for families who have been affected by this storm. You can go to the Val Reese Sports Complex that is in St. Bernard Parish for shelter. That is only, again, for the families that have been impacted in that community by these storms. So, of course, one area that was severely impacted that we have been talking about is the Arabi community, unfortunately having, of course, to lose someone there. And we've seen homes that have been leveled in that area.
Right. And, you know, one of the stories that we've heard throughout our coverage tonight that I think is going to stick with me for quite some time is the story of a man who was with his 5-year-old boy. And our Brooke Kirchhoffer was able to bring us that story. She's joining us live now with the latest from Arabi, where she was on the ground giving us the first glimpse of exactly what it is this tornado did to this community. Brooke?
Hey guys, I'm actually on Rose and Sydney Street, not too far off from where we were from that home that you were just mentioning where the man was with his 5-year-old son. Now, it's been some time since we checked back in with you guys. They are still combing through the homes to see if people need assistance. We just spoke with a man who is a former medical worker, and he is just grabbed a camera grabbed a flashlight, I should say, and has been walking into homes, knocking on doors, seeing if anybody needs help. That is the situation they are in right now. I'm not sure if it is a matter of not having enough people to come out here to check on homes, but some of these roads are just impassable, and it's hard to get to these homes. As you guys can see, so much damage. Some of these homes actually were just being built. That's what the home that you're looking at right now is believed to be. This was an unfinished home. So thankfully, no one was in this home tonight when this tornado hit, but just down this street as we walk further in, closer to the water, the damage is just indescribable. Cars are shattered, windows are shattered, and people are still checking in to see if people are stuck or need assistance. Especially in this area, there's not many police cars and ambulance or firemen, really any. It's a very quiet street, very eerie feeling. We're just seeing glimpses of the damage from people being able to drive their cars or flashlights and things like that. Right now, it's just an entire community effort to check on neighbors, to see if anyone needs help, as police officers are doing their best and firemen are, number one, just trying to get these power lines off of some of these homes and continue to make their way down these streets. But the damage just continues to be devastating. As you see, a home completely just leveled off of the base. Really devastating, and we will continue to walk down this way through Arabi and try to bring you guys more coverage. But for now, live, Brooke Kirchhoff for Eyewitness News. We'll send it back to you.
Well, Brooke, we're hoping that, of course, we unfortunately already had one death, a confirmed death, and we're hoping that it doesn't continue to grow and that these injuries are not severe. Again, we just heard from Parish President Guy McGinnis, and he mentioned that a lot of these injuries have been treated quickly. Everyone was brought to the hospital, and we're hoping as day breaks and we learn more about the extent of that damage that we don't have to report much more further.
Right, and I think that is what everyone is thinking tonight as they're watching these images come in. We have another crew that is actually in St. Bernard tonight. Devin Bartolotta is joining us live, also from another section of Arabi, where we are, of course, trying to assess the damage out there. Devin, what are you seeing where you are?
Yeah, Katie and Sharice were right across the street from Arabi Elementary. It's a few blocks south of Judge Perez, right on Alexander Avenue. And what we are seeing is just profound damage. I'm going to back up here so you can see. This is a telephone pole that snapped at the base, and onto this flooded street, you can see there is just a tangle of wires and a school bus from Arabi Elementary that flipped on its side. There's horrible damage to that school bus and also one here. Now, this is not, these were moved perceivably from parking spaces from where they are and are now tangled up in these wires here. Also, what we're seeing here is huge damage to homes and to cars. You can't see it behind me here because it is so dark, but there is a house here that has been moved off its foundation by at least 20 feet. You can see the walkway and the stairs. I'll go over here so you can see what I'm talking about. This is the walkway right here to where this home used to be. Those are the front steps to that home, and it has now been moved and pushed this far forward away from where it was. And all down here, as you go down Alexander Avenue, you see more stories like that. You see homes that are not where they are intended to be. You also see, HVAC ducts coming out of people's roofs where the roofs are totally gone. And in addition, there's an SUV down there that has a telephone pole pierced directly through the windshield and the driver's side window. We were speaking off camera with some people who live in one of the homes down here. They're missing a dog at this time. They were understandably so upset. Someone that was with them was crying, and they were just saying that they got into the bathroom of their home just in time, right before this storm hit, and did what it did to their home, because this home was pushed into their home right on the other side. Now, this is almost impassable here because there's some wires here, and there's glass and flooded street here, and those cars are now blocking the sidewalk here. So again, where we are, right across from Arabi Elementary, we're seeing a lot of metal that has been kind of tangled in trees and things like that, but we don't know if there's any actual damage to the elementary school because it's so dark. Of course, a lot of this will be illuminated when daylight comes. For now, reporting live in Arabi, Devin Bartolotta, Eyewitness News.
Devin, thank you so much. We're going to go back out to Brooke Kirchhofer, who's actually in Arabi as well.
Yeah.
I believe that she may have an update for us. Brooke?
Hey, Sharice, yeah, I'm here with Monica Colburn, and as we just mentioned, there are still people with flashlights. It's a community effort looking for people who might need help. Can you just talk about what you guys have been seeing and doing over the last half hour now?
We're just looking for people. Pretty much everyone in our area is accounted for. You know, we just gone through damage to see where people can go. It was pretty scary.
Can you talk to us about the event and where your home is at?
My home is one house right down behind where we're from. We heard it coming down the street. It was a lot of whistling, so we had enough time to get in the bathroom, and it shook the whole house, and the whole house is pretty messed up in our cars, but you know, we're okay. We didn't get hurt.
From everyone in this community that we've talked to, they haven't experienced anything like this.
No.
Katrina doesn't compare.
Correct. Well, I'm not from the parish, so I don't really know what happened after Katrina. I was in Metairie at the time, but this is very scary. I would much rather deal with hurricane than a tornado. There's not a whole lot of warning.
How would you describe what you guys saw and now what are seeing now, and just with
It's
before daybreak?
unbelievable. I can't even. I finally stopped crying a while ago. But, you know, I'm just glad mostly everybody seems to be accounted for. I think there was a couple of issues a block away from us, but other than that, you know, we're safe.
Well, we're happy to hear you guys are safe and doing a wonderful job of, there's only so many people who can help look for people.
Exactly. So, you know, one day at a time, that's all we can do, but we're here and we'll get through it.
Well, thank you so much,
Thank
and I
you.
hope you guys stay safe tonight.
Thank you.
Guys, we'll go ahead and send it back to you as we continue to just assess some of the damage here in Arabi.
That was just heart-wrenching to hear what she experienced and to see her holding back tears or trying to. And, you know, I think we've seen that from a lot of people down there who not only lived through something terrifying and horrendous, but now it's just the beginning of what they are going to have to struggle through as they try to recover from this tornado. And as we know all too well, this is not the first time that we've seen damage. Maybe not just like this, but damage to people's homes. People, some of them have just recovered from other severe weather events that we've had.
We heard a woman earlier saying that after Hurricane Ida, her home had significant damage.
Yes.
They just recently got those repairs. And just to think about this, when you fly, you know, imagine flying into Armstrong Airport and you look down and you can still see that there are blue tarps on people's roofs. So there are still people that are still recovering from the last storm. And so to have this storm come through, just to hit them with something else, it's just devastating. And so you can understand not just the fear and the anger, but the frustration that a lot of these people feel trying to recover from one devastation just to another situation. Erica Ferrando is in New Orleans East, and this is an area where she's standing at right now is an area that has seen damage just like this. Tornadoes go through that area within the same community, Erica, the same section of New Orleans East.
That's right, Sharice. A lot of these residents are dealing with this a second time. The tornado that came through several years ago also hit this neighborhood in New Orleans East. We're on Coronado Drive right now. This is just a couple blocks from Reed and Chef to give you just an idea of what area we're in. But we are seeing a lot of debris everywhere, damage to many homes and cars. Windows are busted. I have Mr. John Green here who lives in this house behind us. Mr. John, you said you were home when this happened. Can you explain what you experienced?
a loud sound for about 5 seconds, and everybody, my wife just said, everybody hit the floor. We hit the floor. We get up, we noticed all the windows blew out. We finally made it outside, all our vehicles blow it up.
Moved the refrigerator.
It moved the refrigerator in the house, the kids in there screaming and hollering. So we just dealt with it till we came outside and noticed my car, a tree on my car. So it was just crazy around here.
You said you had some of your young grandkids home as well.
Right.
And y'all just ducked down, and you said the windows just blew in on you. What was that experience like? And first of all, are y'all all physically okay? And explain what happened in that moment.
My wife said, hit the floor, and everybody just running around trying to find somewhere. They hit the floor.
Wow.
And we did hit the floor. We got comfortable then once it stopped blowing.
And this white vehicle over here is your car.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain what kind of damage you're looking at over here. It looks like that tree just fell right on top of it.
It looked like it tore it out, like convertible now. Now we can do with it right now. It's gone to me.
And what about your home? Is it livable right now, or where are y'all planning to stay for the night?
We're trying to see if somebody come around and help us and see if they can put us somewhere for the night. Because we really don't want to leave the house because it's so bust open. We're afraid somebody might go in it.
But the windows out front and out back are pretty big, so it looks like a lot of debris just kind of flew in, and with all the glass everywhere.
Right, they got glass all over the floor. So right now we're just figuring what we're going to do tonight, if somebody's going to help us.
Now, Mr. John, I know you said you weren't living here 5 years ago when that tornado came through, but you know some of your neighbors were. Tell me what this area experienced at that time.
I think it was worse than this. Ma, you want to explain it? You let it back here.
But a lot of trees fell.
You were living here at the time?
Yeah, I was standing on Crowder, and they hit Crowder too. And it ripped the back gate up. It ripped like 5 trees off the ground. It ripped roofs off of houses. I'm talking about it had houses spaced out. I ain't never seen the East look like that before.
What are you seeing in your neighborhood this time?
By me actually witnessing and experiencing this, like, it was crazy.
You were home at the time?
Yeah, but I don't been through Katrina, so you know, it's really.
You've seen a lot.
Yeah.
Talk about what you experienced tonight. When did you realize that it was actually in your neighborhood?
Well, actually, before I came inside, I was getting something out the car. That silver car over there, mine, next to the Cadillac. So I was sitting in the car, chilling, you know, and it started raining. It started getting cool. I said, let me go ahead and go inside. Soon as I go inside, the windows start blowing hard. The windows go to busting. We hear a loud noise, something like a freight train. My mama, she go to panic, and everybody get down, get down. So I'm in my room by now. I'm trying to come out of my room to make sure they all right. To go get my son to make sure my mama straight, you know, but the wind blowing me, pushing me back. It's pushing me back, so when they finally did calm down, you know, I go and check on my people, check on my mama, my daddy, my son, my girl, you know.
Everyone's okay?
Yeah, everything was all right. Then we came outside and went to go check on the neighbors. Once we found out we was all right, we come looking to make sure the neighbor was all right, you know. Then we heard the lady roof blew off.
Right. And speaking of her, I want to walk over here. Thank you very much for speaking with us, but I want to walk over to this home right here, right on this corner, right next to where this tree fell on these 2 cars. This home, if you look at it from the front, you can actually see that it appears that the roof actually lifted up off of the home. And it's a little difficult to see in the dark, but you can kind of see parts of the roof that are just sticking up, and you can see that there is a big hole, a whole section of the roof of this home that is completely gone. And as we were walking down the street, we looked over here and saw the roof. It appears it just lifted off and landed over here on this gate at a house across the street. Now, we spoke with the neighbors, and they said that there were people inside at the time, but they said that they all were okay. They said they saw them walking out of the house. They obviously left because it does not appear that that home is livable at this point, but they are okay, thankfully. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been to have been inside that house as the roof was literally ripped off. And so we are seeing a lot of this just up and down the street, mostly debris, trees down, power lines down, power poles down. And of course, we're speaking with the people out here who say that a lot of them are experiencing this again. And not only a tornado for the second time, but we just heard from that gentleman who said he also lived through Katrina. And so it's, I think, a lot of trauma and scary situations that these people are experiencing. And we have seen some Entergy trucks and electric companies in the area. So it looks like they're assessing that situation as well, because we know power is out for much of this area. Now, part of Chef did have power, but in this neighborhood, of course, it is all out. And so we have been looking at the damage, speaking with the people out here. I think a lot of them are heartbroken, but also very thankful that they're not hearing about any injuries or any deaths, at least in this New Orleans East neighborhood. For now, we'll toss it back to you in the studio.
Wow, those pictures, Erica, are just, you know, really put it in perspective when you can see that roof just taken off in chunks by this storm. So thanks for showing us that. And, you know, just hearing from the gentleman who lives across the street from this house that you're looking at right now, he just is everything that makes New Orleans such a great place, isn't it? I mean, he's, you know, keeping a good attitude despite the fact that, you know, his house is just, you know, in a difficult spot. He said his car is now a convertible
now,
because a tree fell on top of it and it kind of took the top off of his Cadillac. And, you know, hearing from his son who was in the car next to that, who ran inside just in time before this tornado came through. It's just a terrifying night. But the spirit of the people in New Orleans is just incredible.
Well, we are already getting tweets from people. Apparently, there's a business that's over in St. Bernard Parish where they're already helping first responders. So you're already having people that are stepping up asking how is it that they can assist the people who have been impacted by this. Now, so we saw the National Weather Service, Chris Franklin, Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin standing by. Chris, the National Weather Service says that they're preparing to send out multiple teams across the areas that have been impacted by this tornado.
Yeah, they're going to send them out almost first thing tomorrow morning. They'll have one team on the West Bank, one team Arabi and the Lower Nine, and then another team on the North Shore to begin the assessment. This may take those folks a lot of time. We'll probably get some preliminary information tomorrow with regards to kind of the where the touchdown likely occurred, where it lifted back into the storm, how wide the tornado was, the extent of the damage, and we may get kind of a preliminary strength of that tornado. And again, just based on what we've been seeing, cars flipped, houses demolished, roofs lift off of homes. This is looking to be maybe not the strongest, the F5, but this is certainly looking to be somewhere in the EF3 to EF4 range, and the damage is extensive from not only parts of the West Bank, which has not been nearly as bad, but more so. It just, each time we get more reports from Arabi and the Lower Nine, it just leads me to believe that this was a monster of a tornado, and not necessarily a wedge tornado. A wedge tornado is one of those massive tornadoes that you see out in the plains that are sometimes the base of which is a mile wide. This wasn't quite that big, but for southeast Louisiana, this was a monster tornado. So kind of going back in time, the earlier radar started to pick up some of that rotation really as it was coming off of the coast and then continued towards Jean Lafitte. Really didn't start to see any damage until it was around the Estelle area and through the West Bank. We started to see the power outages. Entergy map, a lot of folks have already been posting about it, and you can kind of clearly see when that the storm kind of touched down with some of the power outages, probably lift back into the storm, touch back down again, and then continue toward Arabi. And again, we do have that video of the tornado itself from the vantage point looking back toward Arabi. And as far as a storm in southeast Louisiana, you know, high plains, Texas, the storms as they moved in from Texas yesterday, this is a fairly common sight. And with cell phones and folks that go storm chasing, I think more and more of us are seeing this as a fairly common sight with regards to severe weather. that is not really the case in southeast Louisiana. We don't see these, especially in the heart of the metropolitan area. That is an incredibly rare sight. And something else that was very interesting, we had a couple of different vantage points of the tornado itself. You saw what almost looked to be, I don't know if we're really going to see it in this imagery, this video here, but what looked to be almost a second tornado, it's actually a branch, but what looked to be almost a second tornado wrapping around. This is what's called a multiple vortice tornado. It usually indicates a stronger tornado, and most tornadoes have multiple little circulations within the base of the entire tornado, but some images you could clearly see that second little vortice wrapping around the main vortex of the main tornado. And that's why sometimes you'll actually get a path of destruction and then of the main path of damage, and we might end up seeing that tomorrow once the National Weather Service office is able to kind of assess the damage once they get out there tomorrow. We might see kind of these multiple areas, these multiple paths of damage from this multiple vortice tornado. Let's go back to kind of the radar itself, which again, I'm trying to bring you some good news here. Things are settling down. Our big storms are pushing almost entirely out of our viewing area. Still right on the cusp of Harrison into Jackson County into Mississippi, and it looks like the bulk of the storms down toward lower Plaquemines Parish also beginning to move out. So again, as far as anything further severe, it would be along and ahead of the line. That line has already pushed through our southern Mississippi counties, and as far as the coast goes, it is already past the mouth of the river. So some of this ongoing heavy rain with some thunderstorm activity, that is not going to be severe any longer. And in fact, aside from the just devastation that we have seen across parts of our area, beautiful weather is on the way. So that should help in kind of the recovery and the cleanup efforts starting tonight, but ongoing through the next, unfortunately, several weeks for some of those areas, as we well know the type of work that goes into cleanup from a hurricane. At least this is going to be in a much more isolated area, so more resources can be poured into a smaller community as opposed to the damage from a hurricane, which we have to kind of allocate those resources of a much larger area. But something that I've noticed from a lot of the folks that we have interviewed have said that this terrified them, and they have lived through Ida, they've lived through Katrina and many of the other hurricanes, and this terrified them. And that is really because we don't have much lead time with these tornadoes. What we can do, and what we have been doing over the last several days, was telling you that the environment looked primed for severe weather and tornadic storms. Now, more often than not, that outlook and then a watch is issued and we really don't see much of anything. This one was a little bit different. When the Storm Prediction Center started placing us under a level 3 and level 4, and then including that hatched area, which leads to, or which indicates the possibility of significant long-tracked strong tornadoes, you kind of pay attention to it. While it may not appear as though that line was going to do much of anything, it certainly had the environment capable of producing such tornadoes. And sure enough, we had two, and the damage will be assessed as we get into the next couple of days. Again, the best we can do with regards to severe thunderstorms on tornadoes is first give you the idea, give the heads up that the environment is primed on any particular day. Then we sometimes can only give you maybe 15 minutes to a half-hour lead time. If we are tracking rotation on radar, the reason that we stay on the air through the entirety of that rotation is because sometimes a tornado touches down, it lifts back up into the storm, it passes over a number of communities without anything actually having happened, and then it touches down again, and it looks like that may be what ends up happening with this tornado, that it kind of jumped a bit more on the west bank, so the damage was a little bit more sporadic and not nearly as extensive as it when it jumped the river and touched down in Arabi and the lower Ninth Ward. So that's what is likely going to end up being the case, that this is not a solid path of damage. It's going to be kind of sporadic within this individual path. And again, all we can really do is tell you that rotation is being detected on radar, and that is where you need to get into that safe room. We can kind of give you the trajectory of where it looks like that storm is going with the possible tornado on the ground, or if one has been confirmed like we saw on the North Shore. Again, a rarity in southeast Louisiana. So as far as the tornadoes themselves go, yes, they can come up to you with very little warning, but usually we give you several days notice that the tornado threat is there. Then as the rotation develops, we tend to give you sometimes even as much as an hour heads up that a tornado is moving in your direction. Certainly not the type of lead time we would get from a hurricane, but technology improves, maybe we'll start getting better and better lead times on these storms. 69 degrees right now, conditions improving. Dew points are beginning to come down. Winds still out of west-southwest, but that will begin to change direction to more of a west and then northwesterly wind. Temperatures outside right now in the 60s. This is actually as cool as we have been, with dew points dropping still on the higher side. But notice Macomb, Baton Rouge dew points are in the 50s, and that will continue to be the case as our winds are now starting to shift out to our west, and that will be the trend as we go into the overnight with clearing skies on the way. The main energy with this system is lifting to the north, so the line itself, while it continues to weaken, and it was weakening into southeast Louisiana, it still posed a threat because the environment was still primed for an isolated, not widespread outbreak of tornadic storms, but still the environment was primed for a tornadic storm, and we again did see two. Now that threat is pushing farther off to the east, and that will continue through the rest of the overnight period. So improving weather as we will begin to see clearing skies overnight tonight and heading into tomorrow morning. Beautiful weather. Once our front is on through by early tomorrow to begin the day, lots of sunshine, high pressure builds in, and our weather is actually going to be gorgeous for the rest of the week and heading into the weekend. High temperatures tomorrow staying in the upper 60s, low humid air, a bit of a breeze out of the west and northwest. Chilly couple of mornings. We'll be in the 40s both Thursday, Friday, even into Saturday morning. Highs only in the low 70s as we head into the weekend. Plenty of sunshine. Starting to turn a little more humid by Sunday, and then into early next week with a return flow coming back off the Gulf. Temperatures and humidity will be on the rise.
Hard to even think about nice weather at this point after what everyone's
but you
been
know
through
what?
today.
At least for those now beginning the recovery process, the weather is going to cooperate for so many folks being outside. We don't have this hot, humid stretch of weather with so many folks outdoors, and no rain. So actually some improving weather for everyone over the next several days.
All right.
Chris, thank you so much.
And, you know, this area in St. Bernard Parish is not the only area where we've seen some significant damage from this. Erica Ferrando just a few minutes ago showed us a roof that had been ripped off in chunks. So we want to go back out to her right now because there's someone out there joining her with more on what people experienced in the east. Erica?
Hey, Katie. Yes, that's right. We're still in the same neighborhood. It's about a block from Chef, and we're in front of a home where if you look at this debris right here, this is actually from a carport that came from the home next door, and it just this tornado completely ripped it to pieces, and it all landed on this yard next door. Now I have Mr. Alan Wyman here, who's Mr. Allen, y'all have been dealing with a lot lately. You said you just recovered from Hurricane Ida, rebuilt. You had to also rebuild 5 years ago when the other tornado came through this exact same area. I can't imagine how you're doing right now.
I mean, I'm gonna say devastating would be putting it mildly. It just, it make you feel emotional. You know what I'm saying? I can't really put it into words, but, and I don't want to compare it to like having PTSD, but it's just like a traumatic experience all over again. It kind of brought me back.
And you were home with your family.
Yeah, we was in the room about to watch Finding Nemo, and everything kind of happened so fast. I got a message on Facebook saying that the tornado had hit in a lower ninth ward in Arabi, and it was coming this way. So my mama called me and was like, y'all get in the tub, get in the closet. And by that time, I was already hearing it. And by that time, it was like had come through, and it was nothing I was able to do.
You heard the tornado come through. Explain what you heard.
Wind. I heard a noise. I'm not gonna say it was like a train noise, but it was like a whistle. I heard the whistle, and right like my bedroom's on the side of the house, so I can hear the howling coming through the side of the house. And at that point, I was scared. I didn't know what to do. But it was just, I don't know, it was just one of the things I don't know what to do.
And so you all just kind of gathered together, waited it out?
And waited it out. After everything kind of passed, we came outside, our neighbors were outside. The first thing I noticed behind my house was that my patio roof was gone.
Now I know we can't see much of the damage from the front, but it's mostly in the back of the house.
Yeah, the back of the house, the side. I don't know.
Can you take us back there and show us what you're talking about? Oh, so it looks like pieces of. Is this your
roof?
roof?
That was the whole carport, like that.
Oh, this is the carport right
actually,
here.
I had a whole patio, but the roof was gone.
So the carport that we were talking about at the front of the house, that was back here.
Yeah, yeah.
So it lifted up over your house.
Lifted up over the house, flipped it, brought it to the front. A part of this, on top of this, is going. Like I said, it's a loss. I'm lost for words right now. I don't even know how to.
Is your home livable? Are y'all able to stay here?
I'm not gonna say livable, but for the time being, we gonna hunker down for the night, and in the morning time, it'll be sunny and shiny tomorrow, and we'll figure it out at that point.
Right.
But we'll survive.
But y'all had damage during Hurricane Ida as well.
Yeah, we had roof damage during Ida. We actually had a tree that flew from my neighbor's house into the roof. So we had to get that recently got repaired. And now we're kind of back into the same old thing. My son told me that the air conditioning is actually taken off the house, so I got a hole in the roof. That's gonna have to be repaired as well. But it's a process.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't hold your head down at a time like this. So you got to be pushing.
I'm glad that you and your family are safe. You had kids with y'all as well.
Yeah, they were. We need to go back to Texas. I'm like, it's not that easy, baby. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, we try and make light of the situation because they don't know what's going on. Right. So I try and make the best of the situation.
Is there anything else that you want people watching to know about what y'all experienced tonight and just your neighborhood and what you're seeing around the area?
I would just, at this point, I don't take nothing for granted. That's the only thing I've been through what we've been through the last couple of months. Just don't take anything for granted. Right. Take heed. Take care of your family. Cherish those around you, and just take care of yourself.
Well, thank you, and I'm glad you're all safe, and I wish you the best with just the recovery moving forward. And we're kind of seeing a lot of this around the area. A lot of carports in pieces, roofs that have been lifted off, and again, a lot of these people are dealing with this again after experiencing a tornado in this neighborhood several years ago, and then Hurricane Ida, and so it's going to be a long road to recovery again, but we're hearing a lot of people who are very resilient and they're sticking together, and they know they're going to get through this as well. For now, reporting live in New Orleans East, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
All right, Erica, thank you. You can still see the water dripping into that area from outside from the rain, and it's going to be a significant cleanup effort for so many.
I know that speaking of efforts and cleanup efforts, I wanted to make sure that we took note of this or shared this with you all. We are partnering once again with the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to help our partners and neighbors that have been affected by tonight's tornadoes. We have done this before in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, and this donation site is live. That is, if you want to donate to assist the people that have been impacted by this tornado. So the Tornado Relief Fund is on your screen. If you want to donate, just go to our website, wwltv.com. We'll have a link there where you can donate anything that you need. Obviously, we don't know exactly how many homes have been damaged or the extent of that damage. We're still just a few hours out from that tornado, so as soon as day breaks, we'll have a better idea of exactly what's needed here. But again, if you want to just open up and help people in our neighboring communities, you can always go to our website, again, wwltv.com, for our Tornado Relief Fund.
And to let them know what you need, they're recommending that you do call 211 in the areas where that's available, so that you can let them know what types of things you need. If you need shelter, if you need food, if you need clothing, if you need help rebuilding, all of those things are things that you can put in the ear of the United Way so that they can get you the help that you need. So that's something that we here at WWL TV want to do in order to help the community out there that we know is already struggling.
Another update that I actually just got literally just a second ago, of course, due to the damage that we've seen across Arabi and Arabi Elementary School will be closed tomorrow. And all other public schools and St. Bernard Parish will be open, and they will follow those normal schedules. But again, due to damages at Arabi Elementary, that school will be closed tomorrow, March 23rd.
Now, we've seen the path that this tornado has made as it made its way from the West Bank all the way up through New Orleans East. And the area where it started first was around Gretna and Tarrytown. And Mike McDaniel has been covering that area for us tonight, and he's joining us live with the very latest from there. Mike?
Hey there, Katie. Well, when you see the video and you hear the stories of the people out in New Orleans East and Arabi, the folks here on the West Bank will tell you they don't have any troubles. They're just having to deal with some power outages right now. In fact, it's not even widespread. It's just different pockets of it right now. We moved over to Tarrytown. That's where we are now, one of the neighborhoods that's still in the dark. I'll get my videographer, Whitney, to kind of turn our artificial light off to kind of show you what we're dealing with out here. Just homes behind me in the dark. We do have some light pollution kind of coming from the city not too far off, so we do get a little bit of light coming in and kind of see what we're doing out here. But like I said, they're okay. Now that they're just dealing with power outages, they're not having to deal with the damage and destruction that folks just to their east of us here, are having to deal with. Folks that we did speak with said that it was just devastating. It was a horrific sound. They walked outside, and it looked like to them what they would call a hurricane, one of the worst ones that they've ever seen. But it only lasted 2-3 minutes, and then it was out of here. We did speak with a guy who was just trying to do some work on Clare Avenue, one of the places we were at a little bit earlier. Take a listen to how he described things.
I heard this rumbling noise, so I looked out the back glass door, and it looked like a hurricane, and then I just saw flashes of blue and the power was out, and realized that the power lines were snapped in front of the house.
And what was going through your mind as this was happening?
I couldn't believe it. It's like first tornado I've ever seen here.
And you mentioned you've been through here for Hurricane Katrina, right?
Yes.
And how would you compare the two? You say it looked like a hurricane.
It looked like a 1 minute long hurricane, and that was it. And you just saw flashes of blue, and that was it.
And everybody just started coming out of their houses, kind of assessing the damage. What was going on in the neighborhood?
Everybody come out complaining about the power being out, and they couldn't believe the power lines were down, and you know, it had a pole still spitting sparks out.
And thankfully, we haven't gotten any reports of injuries here in Jefferson Parish. I also spoke with a family not too far from where that gentleman lived on Clare Avenue. They're packing it up for the night. They are going to go stay with some family down in Lafourche in southern Jefferson Parish to because they have power, so they won't have to deal with any of that. Their home was damaged during Hurricane Ida, and now they're having to deal with damage again. So it's another round of frustration for them. Neighborhood still in the dark. This stretches from Tarrytown into Gretna, as well as parts of Harvey, and then little sections of Marrero as well. No word yet from Entergy as to when these homes are going to be, power will be restored to these homes. But again, when you look at the images and the damages coming out just east of us right now, they're not worried about a little power outage right now in Jefferson Parish. Live from Tarrytown, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
All right. Thank you so much, Mike, for that update. We're glad that they're doing okay. And as you just mentioned, a lot of people just looking for places to stay right now because of the damage to their homes.
Right. And one of the areas where things are much worse, where so many efforts are focused right now is St. Bernard Parish. We heard from some of the people who survived that tornado who have just a terrifying story to tell. Here's Brooke Kirchhoffer with One Man Story.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jason Dickerson. It's an extremely humbling scene. We are actually standing in his home that we just showed you that was completely leveled. Jason, talk to us about what you saw and what happened when you first heard the tornado.
When I first heard the tornado, we were in the den, what used to be the den, and my son, who's 5, was with his iPad and, of course, had his headphones on, and I had the wind and rain was blowing against the side of the house, and it quit. And I'm from Tennessee, and Brownsville, Tennessee, and so I came here and I opened the side door and I looked out and it had quit, and it just went quiet. And then I knew that, usually that's not a good sign. And so I actually turned and I told him, I said, we need to get, go get in the bathroom. And then what you see right there, that's the guest bathroom in the hallway. And no, something said no, and so we went down, and I realized that this is the kitchen, and that's the firewall, and behind that was a big master bathroom, and then the toilet was a little small room to itself, and so we went inside instead of of course, my ex-wife's, his mother's, yelling to get in the bathtub, but that's not always a good thing to do. You need to get in the smallest room in the center of the house with the most structure around it, and the most beams, and you got 2 main walls, load-bearing walls. And I may be going into too much detail, but if this ever happens again, don't ever get in the bathtub. Get in the closet, get in something. So when it hit, I could feel it, and I could hear it. When I grabbed him, by the time I got from here to there, and remember, I was standing here and couldn't hear anything. And then by the time I got over there, it sounded like a train. And then we got in the room, and I shut the door, and about that time I could feel it. And I was on the phone with his mother the whole time, and I said, "It's coming, it's here." And the house started shaking, and then when it pulled the roof off, it was actually, I was sheltering him, and then it was pulling me off the ground, and I pushed him down, and my feet came off the ground a little bit, and then it was gone, and then I dropped, because it was such a small room. I guess it was, the convection was pulling me out, or, So, and then it was my neighbor across the street, him and then the St. Bernard Sheriff's Department, they came and helped us out up on the back side of this, what you see here. Yeah, and the whole house is gone. My neighbor's house is leveled to the ground, and it was 4,000 or 5,000 square feet house, and it's gone.
You mentioned your son. He's not here now. Is he okay?
He's okay. His name's Canaan, and he's good. He's 5. He shook up, and he's, I think, crying. He's wanting to see me, but he's good. And that's the only thing I could think about was make sure he's okay. I don't. I would say that if they ask you what the thing that goes through your mind, it was definitely to make sure that he was okay. That he lives. So.
I'm sorry to hear
it's
that.
All right.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
If you can tell us, so those at home know, show us too, where are we standing? Where this used to be?
You're standing at the side door. This was an entrance, and then this was my kitchen, and then the sink over there, and then dining room here. I had bookcase. Anyway, there's the front door was there. This is the den. This was a flat panel TVs, the whole deal, and this was. And if you look at the guest bathroom on this side, that's a trailer hitch sticking through the wall into that guest bathroom had I chosen. So, the good Lord he was looking out for us.
You mentioned being from Tennessee. Have you ever experienced something like this in New Orleans?
In New Orleans? No. I've been here since 2015, and I've actually commuted for 5 years back and forth between here and Tennessee for every 7 to 10 days for 5 years until 2 years ago, and then now. My partner, Chris Mayberry, I actually commute between here and Tulsa, Oklahoma now. Yeah. Yeah.
When you talk to officials that came over to help you get out of the rubble, are you hearing that there's more damage down this area?
Yeah, I mean, I could see the trees in the backyard, and I was shocked to see that the pine tree that was in my front yard, it towered over this house, and this house was a pretty tall house, and yeah, so it was, when I could hear it, and then the neighbor showed me a video, actually videoed it, and so we could see it. Of course, it came straight from that direction, and but it must have hooked around my house, even though it got the majority of it. You see, if it leveled his house, and he had a huge, huge home, and the structure here, the way this was built, I could not have chosen, because part of my front of my house is on the wall. You can see the refrigerator right there. There was one cabinet you see, and then that's the hallway. And now the hallway's holding the debris from the front of the house.
I did notice outside of protecting your son, you were holding an American flag in a cooler. Was that one of the first things that you thought to grab?
Actually, it was. I didn't know where it was, and someone had said there's a flag, and that was a family member. So anyway, yeah. So it's in a flag case, so it was protected. Yeah.
Well, sir, I'm devastated to see your home, and I hope you all stay safe. And for those that are just now tuning in, this is just some of the damage here in Arabi that they have truly never experienced in this area before. Again, if you are driving through this area, please just allow emergency vehicles to get through here as people are just now either coming out of their homes or figuring out where the damage is. For now, live in Arabi, Britt Kertshaw for Eyewitness News.
It's such a tough situation to hear him describe what he went through, to hear him talk about how lucky he was that something just told him not to go in the bathroom where he would typically go and to go to another part of the house, and that very likely saved he and his son's life.
I know that, and the only thing he said he was worried about was making sure his son was safe, 5 years old.
Yeah.
So fortunately that family made it out, and we will hopefully hear more stories of people who said that they had to move very quickly. This came overnight very swiftly, and we've been following along with this. I mean, it's just only been a matter of seconds that this hit a lot of people's homes. Right now it's 11:04. If you're just joining us, it's a special newscast as we continue to follow the aftermath of the tornadoes that swept through our area, our community in New Orleans East and St. Bernard Parish, some areas of St. Tammany Parish as well. Alexandra Cranford is joining us, I believe, right now. Alexandra, where are you now?
Hey, Cherise, we're not too far from the sheriff's office where we were earlier in St. Bernard. We are at Friscoville Avenue and St. Claude in Arabi, and there is a lot of damage here. This is some of the damage that, as a meteorologist, it's really something to see this in person, especially in the New Orleans area. We were earlier in the Hammond area, and the farther north was really more the area where we were at a higher risk for severe storms. So especially interesting to see these cells that were able to come farther south start to rotate and then keep rotating and keep that tornado damage. You can see car flipped, you can see a roof completely collapsed and slanting, lots of debris everywhere. And we had a kind of scary moment earlier. We were unloading a few things from the car and heard some power lines shifting right over us, and it turned out that there were some crews coming through and clipping power lines, but some were kind of falling, in our area. So that's going to be a big concern for people around. We're seeing some people, it looks like, who live nearby coming out, taking a look at things because it's pretty impressive. You can see some people there with their cell phone lights on. Again, this is really some damage to see. And again, like we've been saying, so much spread out over such a large part of our viewing area in South Louisiana and south of Lake Pontchartrain. We had a high level of severe risk for today. We knew even south of the lake, and unusual to see that kind of a tornado threat, the ingredients for a tornado so far south, where even our coastal spots are at a decent chance for some severe storms or a decent threat of some severe storms. And indeed, we did see it south of the lake. So a lot of people here, of course, looking at damage that they had last year. Before that, it was Zeta, then it was Ida, and now a tornado damage in South Louisiana. And we did start our day, as I mentioned, over at Hammond. We had the line move through there, which, of course, was an area really hit by Ida, but it was very quiet there. The line just moved in and moved out, kind of windy during the day, and that was about it. So very interesting to see this line not move in one complete direction, completely weakening, not strengthening all along the line. This is kind of what we look at when we see these quasi-linear convective systems or, squall lines essentially form up. They kind of can develop rotation along the line and produce this kind of damage in some spots where the tornado, of course, was able to sustain itself and make its fairly long track. It looks like we will know more tomorrow and in the next few days after the National Weather Service puts out their crews for assessing the damage. But kind of interesting to see it happen farther to the south, whereas north, not so much. It was a pretty quiet line off in Hammond. We came south after the evening newscast, after the line moved through, and then we just went straight through New Orleans over to Arabi and the lower 9th Ward, where this kind of damage was happening. So again, here we are in Arabi, getting some really kind of early images of all of this damage, just lots of tangled debris. You don't exactly know what it is. It's trees, it's parts of buildings, parts of roofs, parts of decks. I see a little side table over on its side, and we're actually very close to Old Arabi Antiques, Collectibles, and More, Old Arabi Marketplace. So a lot of that building, or part of that building, has been severely damaged. Some of it's okay, though, the part right on the street, but near the parking lot, you can see that kind of damage that we're seeing here. And it does look like some of those collectibles inside might be a little bit more jumbled now. And this is the scene tonight. Tomorrow, we're going to be seeing the daylight come up, of course. We will see how this looks in the morning hours. And just a note, by the way, the St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Office was telling us at their press conference, this is going to be something they're looking through tonight and tomorrow. And then the National Weather Service also confirming this might take a while to determine what kind of a tornado this was, how strong it was, whether it was an EF2, possibly, you know, how long the track was. All of these are things that's going to take a little bit of time to assess, to look at everything and to, you know, find out what kind of tornado exactly it was and make their assessment as to the strength, the enhanced Vegeta scale number, and the wind speeds. And we will get all that information, but they said it's going to just take a little while. So it may not be tomorrow morning that we find out this was an EF2 or something like that. You know, it might be in the next couple of days or next few days even, that they start to assess all of that and at least be able to put something together to give us the information about what had happened. So again, lots of damage here. Something to see a car flipped over in my days as a meteorologist, even in South Louisiana. I have not seen that yet. So some new sights for me here in the South Louisiana, New Orleans area. So guys, we will send it back to you. It's looking, again, rather rough here. Thankfully, everyone who's walking around seems okay. We haven't seen anything bad happen in the aftermath of the damage. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that damage is pretty extensive, and it's shocking. Even in the night light, even in the dark, you can see just how significant the damage is there. I imagine once day breaks, it will just be horrific to look at that.
I know, and another person who is also in Arabi is our reporter, Devin Bartolotta, who has been checking out several parts of the communities there. Devin, where are you now?
Yeah, Sharice and Katie, we're right near Arabi Elementary, a few blocks off of Judge Perez on Alexander Avenue. And this is where we have seen a lot of damage. It has been a tough night here. And as you mentioned, as the daylight comes, I'm sure there will be more to see that we cannot even see because it is so dark out here right now. This is an example where we are right now of just how powerful the winds were from this storm. What I'm standing on right now is somebody's front walkway. And this is someone's front steps. And the house that belongs here is now right here, shifted over probably 15 feet and forward toward the street. The windows of this home are also blown out. And we're seeing damage like this the whole way down the street, all down Alexander Avenue. We're seeing roofs that are ripped off, HVAC systems kind of hanging out of the attics of some of these homes, and cars up on the sidewalk. We showed you a little bit earlier that there was a school bus that had been moved from its spot, flipped on its side, and is now tangled in a bunch of wires here. Now, there are some people who are staying in their homes tonight. Just a little bit ago, we saw first responders making their way down the street. It was the fire marshal, sheriff's deputies, Acadian ambulance, and some other first responders that were going house to house, checking it out, making sure that everybody was okay along the street. We didn't see them actually get anybody out of their homes, but we did see just a little bit ago people taking whatever they could from their house so that they could get out of here and spend the night somewhere else. So profound damage here in Arabi. Again, the amount of power from the wind that it would take to move a home from this space where it sits and rested here is just unbelievable. I cannot imagine how scary this evening was for so many people. So again, as daybreak comes, we're going to learn more, but definitely a tough and emotional night in Arabi for people who lived here, a scary one as well. So with that, we're gonna send it back to you inside.
All right, Devin, and of course we also know that this was a deadly storm as well. One life, at least we know right now, taken in Arabi, and we're hearing that that may have happened near Benjamin and Center Streets, which is, you know, really the center of where we're seeing the most significant damage in Arabi, and that we are going to, I think, be shocked to see in the light of day.
Well, you know, speaking of you know, lights right now, so far I'm seeing some people reporting just in certain areas, so this isn't in in one particular area. It's very sporadic that some people are getting their power back. I know that at the height of all of this, I saw about 17,000 outages that were happening, energy customers that were impacted. That's down to about 6,800 energy customers that have been impacted by these power outages, with, of course, a big chunk of that being in St. Bernard and in Orleans Parish, obviously, with Arabi and in the lower Ninth Ward. Let's go over to Chris Franklin, Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin, who have been tracking this storm. I mean, since before we were prepared for this to come into our area, but we didn't know it was going to bring this with it.
And, you know, Chris, I think you may have saved some lives today, to be honest. I mean, the way that you were able to track it, it's
I hope
incredible.
so. And, you know, I hope that more folks are not as disgruntled when we stay on the air for any length of time when we're tracking what is possibly a tornado. And that usually ends up being the case with a lot of the tornadic storms that we track. It's one that is radar indicated, meaning no one has actually observed it. And more often than not, what ends up being kind of rotation on radar doesn't end up being a tornado on the ground, or they tend to be very weak where the damage is minor. You get maybe some shingles off of a roof, a small shed or a fence, some tree limbs down. That is usually the type of damage that we end up seeing from a tornado. Those are usually EF 0, maybe a 1. But we have seen across the lower Ninth and Arabi leads me to believe that this is more of a borderline EF 3 to 4. Now, an EF 5 means it is total and utter devastation where there is nothing left. That is a 5. We have not seen that, so it's not quite that high, but certainly in the 3 to 4 range. It'll be very interesting to see what the National Weather Service determines tomorrow. Again, when we classify tornadoes on strength and we kind of get an estimated wind speed, it is not as the tornado is on the ground, unfortunately. It is all after the fact based on the damage, and then we can kind of estimate how strong the winds likely were based on the type of damage and the type of structures that were damaged. If it's a massive amount of kind of the type of corrugated metal and those type of facilities, that can go down in a weaker wind. But if it's structures, if it is homes leveled, if it is homes being lifted off of their foundations, if it is roofs being completely ripped off, that is a much stronger tornado that is not very common to southeast Louisiana. So the Weather Service will be assessing both the West Bank, the East Bank, as well as on the North Shore starting early tomorrow morning, and then they will start filing their reports over the coming days. It may take a couple of days for the final report to come in, but we should at least get the preliminary information at some point tomorrow, maybe by the afternoon or early evening. And the Weather Service folks have already let us know that they're going to be out there, and we'll likely be tagging along with them to kind of help in the assessment and get that information out to you. Thankfully, the weather is far quieter now. Line of storms continuing to push off now toward Mobile, just about all out of the viewing area, with the exception of down near the mouth of the river, still some ongoing thunderstorms, but the severe risk, even at the mouth of the river, is gone. It was anything along the leading edge of this, which is now pushed well off to the east. And we should start to see some of these low clouds clear out. May still have a few passing clouds at times, but clearing skies will continue through the overnight and into the day tomorrow. Beautiful weather is in store. Right now, still that low cloudiness hanging out over downtown. Winds out of the west now, so we're starting to lose that southerly component, and we should start to see more of a west and the northwest wind during the overnight. Humidity is still high, 90% with a dew point of 65, but those values should be dropping as cooler and drier air moves in. Already falling into the 50s across Macomb and Baton Rouge, and we will start the day in the 50s tomorrow morning. Dew point still high, so still that muggy air, which is on the way out, and winds now beginning to shift. And a northwesterly wind out of Gonzales, still westerly at Kenner, but that too will begin to change over the next several hours. This was the upper system that brought us the severe weather, and our models were very good at indicating that this base of this upper trough would be very far south, where the outbreak of severe weather was likely across East Texas and then eventually into the southeast, including southeast Louisiana. Now, we did not see an outbreak of severe weather where there were multiple tornadoes, but two in highly populated areas, one of which in a highly populated area is more than enough. And with it being a strong, long duration tornado, I would say that the Storm Prediction Center's forecast verified, maybe not in terms of a outbreak, but certainly when the forecast called for the intense storms and the long duration type storms, something that is incredibly rare this far south and along the northern Gulf Coast. We just don't see those very, very often. Most of the energy now pushing away, as is any kind of a threat for any additional severe weather. That continues to move further into the Florida Panhandle, Alabama, and into Georgia, with the upper trough, kind of the base of which is going to stay to our west. What that means is we will be clearing out, but may still see a few passing clouds at times, but we're actually going to get this front to move on through overnight tonight. That starts the cooler, drier air moving in. We're actually going to see kind of a reinforcement move in on Saturday, keeping beautiful weather in store for the next several days. High pressure moves in, gorgeous weather as we head into the rest of the week and the weekend. So great news for all of the now recovery cleanup efforts ongoing for the next, unfortunately, several weeks, months, but at least as we get things started, the weather will cooperate. Kind of a cool morning in the 50s with a high of only 68 degrees, plenty of sunshine, still a bit of a breeze out of the west and northwest. And then some chilly mornings on the way, 40s to low 50s as we head into the Thursday, Friday, Saturday time frame. We'll start to warm up a little bit, starting to turn a little more humid by Sunday as winds will come back off of the Gulf waters. And then by Monday and Tuesday, highs back into the low 80s, but staying dry through the next 7 days.
At least the weather is going to cooperate for people who are starting to pick up the pieces. Thank you, Chris. And, you know, of course, we're continuing to follow what happened today. This tornado just devastating for so many communities.
And that's why we, of course, have teamed up with our partners at the United Way of Southeast Louisiana to help our neighbors affected by tonight's tornadoes. So our donation site, it is live. If you want to assist, we are accepting donations. If you follow the link on our website, wwltv.com, and I'm on the site right now, you just click on the front page and it'll lead you directly to the link where you can donate. We want to stress you can also donate to help people out, or if someone needs help and assistance, they can always dial 211 to get the latest information, or of course download our WWL-TV app to get the latest information. So again, we have already launched our United Way Disaster Relief Fund. Unfortunately, you hate that you have to continue to do this. I know that we did this once before with Hurricane Ida, and some people really got a lot of help from the donations that you had there. But again, this is for tornado relief, and we don't know exactly the extent of a lot of those damages, but we are just a few hours from daybreak and we're going to find out just exactly how bad it is. And also, I just want to mention to you all again, we received an email from St. Bernard Parish Public School System, an update about Arabi Elementary. Apparently the school sustained some damage, so that will be closed tomorrow on March 23rd. All other public schools in St. Bernard Parish plan to be open, and of course, if that changes, we'll have it for you on our website as well.
And we saw that bus just tangled in power lines near Arabi Elementary, where we've had Devin Bartolotta throughout the night, and so they don't even know the extent of the damages yet. So it's safe to say that the schools are going to remain closed until they're able to really assess that and see whether or not it's safe for kids to go back there. Another area where we did see some pretty significant damage is in New Orleans East. Unfortunately, this is the second time in 5 years that they have seen a similar scene, a tornado ripping through that area. And Erica Ferrando has been covering that part of this story for us tonight. Out in the east, where, just behind you, trees on cars, roofs ripped off. It's a tough scene out there.
Katie, right now we're on Prentice Avenue, and just take a look at these cars behind us. This is a massive tree that fell down and landed on not one, but both of these cars that were parked here along this street. Now, we spoke with the owners of both of their cars. They were home at the time of this tornado and said that while they were inside, they actually heard it coming through and felt as the winds went over their home, it broke the windows. The windows crashed into their home. They are thankfully all okay, but just look at the damage that they are now dealing with, not just to their homes, but also to their cars. Now, this neighborhood in New Orleans East has now been hit a second time by a tornado. They also had a lot of damage in the tornado back in 2017. And a lot of these homes had to rebuild once. We also spoke with a family who had to redo their roof after Hurricane Ida, and they now have more damage again, and they are going to have to rebuild again and recover. This home that is behind these cars, we actually looked at the roof, and you could see that it was lifted off of the home, and it's a little difficult to see at night, but this home has part of the roof that was lifted off and actually landed across the street in front of a neighbor's home. And just look at the debris that we're looking at all around this neighborhood. Of course, all of the power is out in this area, but it only spans across about 5 blocks, stretching along Chef Mentor Highway. Parts of Chef do still have power, but in this area where their tornado swept over, they're of course all without power, and we are just seeing a lot of debris, a lot of limbs down, poles down, power lines all over the ground, and a lot of people who are now getting ready to recover and rebuild once again, but they are resilient, and they say, you know, they are thankful that they are safe. We haven't heard of any injuries, at least in this area, and so it sounds like for the most part people are thankful that they survived this in New Orleans East, and they are just getting ready to rebuild and recover again and really get a better picture of what they're dealing with tomorrow morning once we have some daylight. For now, reporting live in New Orleans East, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
Much more to come as we start to see those pictures, like Erica just said, during daylight. And you know, I think it's going to be really difficult for people when they see that, when they get their first glimpse of that.
Well, Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin is standing by. Chris, when daylight does break, you know, what is exactly the kind of the next steps here? What's going to happen moving forward at this point, in as far as assessing that damage and assessing what type of storm this was and how strong it was?
Well, what the Weather Service is going to start with is the on the ground. They'll also have drones, and they will begin trying to first assess, based on radar, but also ground truth, where the damage began. And they will begin that path. They'll kind of look from neighborhood. It's a time-sensitive or time-intensive process. They will go neighborhood by neighborhood, figure out where the damage is. Again, drones do help. And then they'll figure out where the damage started, and then they'll kind of follow a path. They may find breaks in that path where the tornado may have jumped. We kind of saw that. I tweeted out, and you may have seen several others tweet out kind of a picture of the energy outages. And it does kind of give you a fairly clear picture of where the tornado may have kind of lifted, started, initially dropped around the Gretna Park, and then lifted, maybe dropped again around Terrytown, and then lifted and again passed over Algiers, obviously Algiers and the lower 9th Ward, with most of the outages there continuing toward parts of New Orleans East. So that will be the initial, figuring out the path of the tornado. Then they're going to figure out the width, how much damage was on either side of that path. That will give them an idea of the width of this tornado. This is going to be one of the largest tornadoes, I think, that we have seen in southeast Louisiana. Usually they're only so many yards wide. This one was far, far larger. Then once all of the damage is assessed, once they figure out just how much damage and to what type of structures were damaged, then they'll kind of do the estimate of how strong that tornado was. And what I'm saying is, just based on what I have seen, I think we're going to see kind of within this range, an EF 2, 3, or 4. Now, in that hatched area, one thing that we were showing you with the Storm Prediction Center's severe weather outlook, and we're talking about the slight risk, the enhanced risk, the moderate risk. One other thing that we were showing you was the risk of tornadoes and a hatched area. It was something that Alexandra pointed out, and very interesting, that the bullseye was more for the North Shore. And we did indeed get one north of the lake, but then we also had one on the South Shore. So even if there is a bullseye, we try not to point too much into that, because yes, it may be that as the focus. And certainly as you got into southwestern Mississippi, that was definitely the focus for most of our tornadic storms. But we had one on the North Shore and we had one south of the lake. Now, if that tornado that had formed, and that's why sometimes with tornadic storms, it is all a matter of location, had that formed south of the city, north of the coastline, and remained primarily over the bayou area, then no one was affected by it, and no one talks about it, and it is done. Tornadic storms are completely different. If these fall in rural areas, unpopulated areas, they might get a mention, but they're otherwise not really notable. When they move over a metropolitan area, they become a major story, and that is what has happened here. It really is all dependent upon where these storms form, and that is something that is near impossible to tell, where exactly they're going to form. That is near impossible to tell. But with regards to what the Weather Service is going to be doing tomorrow, they'll survey the damage, they'll kind of get an idea of the path, the width of the tornado, and then as they start to look at that damage, then they will determine whether it was an EF, I'm thinking 2, 3, or 4. Now, if it was a 2, the estimate is for winds of 111 to 135 miles an hour. A 3 is 136 to 165 miles per hour. An EF4 is approaching 200 miles per hour. The reason I'm saying I don't think it's going to be a 5 at all, that's in excess of 200 miles an hour. That is utter devastation everywhere. There is not a single building that is still standing, and that was not the case. So I'm thinking probably more just based on the damage from what I've been seeing a little bit more every time in between our weather hits. I'm going back online and finding more video, what our reporters are sending in, what other viewers are sending in. I'm thinking it's going to be probably more in the 2 to 3 range, just based on the damage. It's not utter devastation. It's significant, but it is not devastation where an entire block is gone. Some of the spots where you saw the images of a home kind of ripped from its foundations, a home that has been leveled. If you turn around, the other side of the street is okay. Even houses on other opposite sides are okay. So this probably is more the EF 2 to 3 range. That's going to be my guess as of right now. Damage is damage, whether or not the Weather Service determines this was an EF 2 or 3, but that will be what they do during the day tomorrow. So let's take a quick look at what's going on and kind of get a final check of our forecast. Storms are moving out. Just about all out of our Mississippi counties, or they are outside of all of our Mississippi counties. A little bit of light to moderate rain still ongoing near the mouth of the river, but that too is moving on. Brighter cloud tops with those stronger storms still offshore, and that's something that the folks in Mobile and Pensacola will be watching, these offshore thunderstorms as they move on land. What was interesting with the storm that we tracked over the coast from Cutoff toward the West Bank, then eventually toward Arabi and then lower Ninth Ward, is it started out as a coastal storm and probably began as a waterspout over the marsh and then touched down somewhere on the West Bank, maybe near Gretna or before that around Estelle. Right now outside, low clouds still with us. Temperatures, humidity still on the higher side, but they will be coming down as the colder air, or at least cooler air, begins moving in thanks to a front with 50s on the way. Dew points also in the 50s, so that will allow us to drop into the 50s overnight tonight, and it will be a cooler, more pleasant start to the day tomorrow. Winds are also beginning to shift direction. Here's the upper energy, which is thankfully moving away. That was enough to weaken that line, but obviously not quite enough to get rid of any tornado threat. It's something we just had to deal with this setup that we had and all of the ingredients there for tornadic storms. Base of this upper system is going to stick to our north until the base of the trough kind of exits by Thursday. Then we'll have kind of a northwesterly flow really keeping us under beautiful weather. We'll get a second little surge on Saturday, making way for a beautiful stretch of weather. So for all of the cleanup efforts, at least the weather will cooperate. No rain, comfortable temperatures. Again, for folks outside, sunscreen. We are going to see a lot of sunshine, low humidity, high of 68 degrees, cooler mornings in the 40s with afternoon highs in the 70s. We'll start to turn warmer and a little bit more humid by early next week.
And the positive moment there, of course, Chris, mentioning no rain. It's going to be pretty much really good weather. So when it comes to that recovery efforts and people trying to pick up the pieces from their homes, they'll be able to do so without having to worry about any other rain or any other turbulent weather the rest of this week.
Right. And I mean, if you think about it, we saw earlier Erica Ferrando was interviewing someone and there was still rain coming from their rain-drenched house as it is. So to not have any additional rain in the forecast is a blessing. And Erica's joining us live again with just the latest on what she's seeing out in New Orleans East, where it's been a difficult day. Erica?
Katie and Sharice, we are still in the same neighborhood out here in New Orleans East, and we wanted to show you just all of the debris that has been left along the ground. Just, you can see all of the limbs and pieces of fences, pieces of roofs that have just flown across the streets and landed in other people's yards. I mean, it just looks like there are just pieces. I mean, if you look at the ground here, it looks like pieces of roofs that are left here. And this house actually has a huge piece of a roof that was left right here along their fence. And we showed you this earlier, but this actually came from a house across the street. And so just to see it up close like this and see all of the shingles that are just that have been blown across the street into a neighbor's yard is just remarkable. And I know the people in this neighborhood are clearly facing a lot. They have dealt with this now for the second time. This tornado swept across streets out here in New Orleans East that also dealt with this back in 2017, and many of them are going to have to start rebuilding or at least fixing up their house again. And so they're really, I think, anxious for the daylight to see what the extent of the damage is. But they are ready to start rebuilding again. They are resilient, and so we've been speaking with them, and they say that it is, you know, it's difficult to deal with this again. One man said he feels like it's almost PTSD to have to face this again, but it is, you know, going to be great in the morning to see what they're dealing with. For now, live in New Orleans East, Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
All right, Erica, thank you for bringing people so much needed information. And this tornado has been just devastating for a number of communities, and that's why we have partnered with the United Way here at WWL to bring some relief to the people who need it most.
All right, so if you want to make a donation, go to our website, WWLTV.com. You'll see this link for Tornado Relief Fund. And you'll see what you see right now on your screen. Just click on that link and that'll bring you to a way that you can donate. Or if you need any information, download the WWL TV app, and of course download the WWL TV weather app as well. Of course, life-saving information on both.
Yes. Reminder, Arabi Elementary, no school tomorrow because of the damage caused by the tornado. They've had so much to go through and much more coming tomorrow as they wake up.
All right. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Of course, we'll have all of our information. We'll continue our coverage on the Eyewitness Morning News that starts at 4:30 a.m. In the meantime, you can always go to our website, WWLTV.com.
The GMC Sierra AT4. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC. Or claim your purchase allowance on 2022 Sierra Limited Elevation Crew Cab models for an MSRP under $47,000 on this Sierra.
Nothing's better than a win, except a win with BetMGM. We got you feeling the fire, lighting up the court, bringing the house down. Now, you're winning with the king of sportsbooks. You know what to do.
With Spectrum